It's amazing how time flies. It is Saturday, September 12th, 2020. My name is Steven Sersky. Thank you very much for joining me. And today is another episode of my podcast. And today is a special one, an interesting one, because I'm going to be chit-chatting or talking with a couple of longtime friends that I used to be in a band with some 20 years ago in Canada. And with Stephen Baria and Stephen F, we made up the trio that was known as Ciaira's Tears. It was my first foray into being a rock drummer, being in a band, and it lasted for quite a few years, and then we all went our own way, with one lineup change along the way, but then we also did other projects afterwards. Now we are spread out around the world, from Winnipeg to Toronto to Beijing, China. So today we're going to actually sit down and listen to what we made before, some of the music that we made before, including our major release, our EP, our 6-track EP, and that we'll listen to it, we'll comment on it, and what I think is going to happen is that we're going to fade in the songs and whatnot, in and out, and then if you want to listen to them all the way through, then I'll post the links on my website, and you guys can listen to them whenever is better for you, so in their totality. And of course they are on Bandcamp as well, but I'll post links to all this on the show notes. So with that, let's get this meeting going. Fuzzy. Oh, he's finally got the audio or the microphone set up. Can I hear you? You can't hear me. There we go. Yep, I can hear you now.
Excellent.
Fuzzy and Stephen F. Okay, righto.
Do you want me to record my audio on my end?
You should anyway. Oh my god! Look at this dastardly handsome man.
Woo! How are you? Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Yes, happy birthday.
All right, yes. It's been a while, I guess.
Yeah, I was saving that for today.
Yeah.
Happy birthday. Are you guys drinking, or what are you having right now?
Well, I was waiting until we got the call in, so let's do it.
Okay, well, I'm having
little,
Jameson. I'm having coffee.
What time is it?
Put some whiskey in that coffee.
I don't have whiskey. I have bourbon. I have Four Roses bourbon. This was a terrible idea.
That'll do.
That'll do.
That's 8 o'clock in the morning.
I
Nothing
can't.
says 8 o'clock in the morning like cheap bourbon.
Oh, I can't. Yeah, I'm gonna open a window. Just 1 second.
I'll be back too.
Well, it's good to have you all here. Glad we could have this fun get together. Everybody's just gonna leave.
Hey, entertain us! Come on, it's just you.
I can play the horrible track I was just working on while I was waiting for you guys.
You mean Jelly Bean? Oh, Sam! It doesn't stop. Sorry. Not sorry.
No, you're not sorry.
This is neat. I've never had 3 before. Okay, so let's see. All right.
It's not what I've heard.
Oh, Sam! Oh my god! Oh, it's just so funny.
I'm hilarious.
Oh yes.
I missed you. I was putting my headphones on.
I made a really lame joke.
Oh. That's surprising.
Okay, there.
I'm recording on my
Oh, I
end.
like that picture. I didn't mean to do that, but that picture of you there, Mr. F, is actually very good on the Twitter box that I just posted.
Ooh! I'm on a Twitter box.
You are. I can send a screenshot. Let's see if I can do this right there.
Level check.
Oh, why am I messaging it to F privately? I don't want to do it privately. Everybody's fine.
No. Stop.
Oi, it won't let me do it. Nope. Oh, well. Let's see if I can just schlook it into there. Chat. Everyone. Okay, let's try this. There we go. That's the screenshot I took. Oh, yeah. It is 9:36 a.m. here.
Oh, that's nothing. You've been up for hours. You went for a run. You did your push-ups and cleaned your bathroom already?
I didn't do the push. I actually didn't do the push-ups though. But you're right
Did you
about
do the push-ups?
I did. I did the run. Clean
That
the
ain't bad.
toilet. I didn't clean the toilet. I kind of messed the toilet. Oh snap! Oh, gross.
I've been doing. Ooh, I went hot there. I was doing 100 push-ups a day.
And then
Hey.
And then, life got in the way, and I had stopped. So
Yeah.
starting those back up slowly but surely.
do you do them? How do you do them? Like 10 every minute?
Yeah, right. 10 every minute.
I don't
10
know
every
how-
hour.
What? Well, so the
10 every hour. At the top of every hour, I do 10.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So I had it up to. I was actually doing 20 every hour, but then I took 2 weeks off with mom passing and all that kind of stuff. It just threw all my schedule into total chaos. So
yeah.
No, sure.
That.
now I'm getting
happens.
back into it though. Yeah,
Um,
yeah, exactly.
and sorry to hear about your mother. My condolences.
Yes, thank you.
But 10 every hour. Come on, dude. You can do 10 a minute.
I don't know if I can do 10 a minute.
I think you can. You just have to push
Or
yourself.
maybe I could.
For a solid minute or two.
Because I understand you do it you could do it every 10 minutes. That'd be fine as well, because that would give your body enough time. And the only reason every 10 minutes, then you'd be done in an hour. But I understand, like, it's tough to work it into your schedule sometimes. Me, like, when I do 100 push-ups, I do it in 10 minutes, and it's like 10 minutes, I'm just doing that. I'm not at work, right? I'm at home here.
Right.
And I just do the push-ups, and then that's usually part of my own workout regime or whatever it is, regimen.
Right. So working out while I'm working, if I do the 10, the 15 and 20 made it easier. But if I did it every hour while I was working during my workday, like this is my desk, right? This is where I work as well as do everything else. I just hop back there, bang out 15 at the top of the every hour, and get back to work, right? Takes me 2 or 3 minutes.
2 or 3 minutes to do 15 push-ups.
Well, getting up, going over there, doing the push-ups, going to get a coffee afterwards.
I judge not. The
Getting a
next
coffee.
So the next thing, right? Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Quick one. Every 15 minutes or every hour.
Your next evolution can be doing 100 burpees. If you want to, it kills you. 100 burpees, like doing 100
With
burpees
or without
just
the push-up?
with. What do? I do the snake, actually. I do the, like, when I'm standing, I get down and I go and I come back up. I don't do a full push-up, because what I used to do is I used to do 10 burpees, 10 push-ups, 20 sit-ups, and 20 crunches, all within like one set. And then I would rest 15 seconds or do kickboxing or something like that in between it. And then I'd do it again for 5 or 6 rounds, or 10 rounds is actually how I started out. But I was like, this is too long. I'm getting bored with this. I'm just going to do 6 rounds instead. But yeah, that's one workout regimen you can try.
I don't know, man. I don't have the patience for anything but biking. That's all I can do.
I just waiting for your answer.
Go bike for 3 hours, and then, like, you need arms. You just need cardio. That's
What do we need arms for? What do you need arms?
whatever.
I don't need
But
arms.
Lift things up.
But you do actually go biking for 3 hours or not?
Well, yeah. Well, sometimes, yeah. But I mean, 2 would be the thing. Like, well, like an hour and a half or 2. Depend. I mean, when I have time, which I don't usually, but during because now I'm back at work. But during the lockdown, when
Wasn't it funny
Wesley
like
isn't
how
around.
for like 3 months after the lockdown hit, all we had was time. We're like, this is great. I have everything. I can do anything I want. And then all of a sudden it's like, nope.
yeah,
Now
no,
I found
can't do
this
anything.
extra time where I can slot things in. I'm right back up there, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Well, I'm back at work. It's all gone now. It's all normal.
That's good. Well, at least you're back
Normal?
at work, right?
Normal?
Yeah, it's not normal at all.
Yeah,
But
I was
it's,
gonna say I don't think
it's,
normal is the right word.
it's the most fucked up time to be teaching ever. But it's
But it's
it's good to get out of the house.
I mean, it's historic.
It is historic.
I mean, and that's why we're doing these podcasts, to make our mark on history.
That's a good point. That's a good segue.
Your brother said, "Is that EP the only thing of note that's happened in your life that's worth podcasting?" I'm like,
yeah, and then
maybe.
moving to China was a big one, I guess. So that was sort of a big step as well. All right, so yeah, here we are: Winnipeg, Toronto, and Beijing. Why are you in Toronto? What happened? What?
I'm in Kitchener actually.
What happened?
What happened? I'm in
What went
Kitchener.
wrong
Like
and ended up in Kingston.
No, it's not Kingston either. It's Kitchener.
Kitchener. Sorry, Kitchener.
Which is the one that's attached to Waterloo. I'm teaching drama. Like I got a teaching job. I went to Teachers College in Toronto. Like we were in the theater company, moved to Copenhagen, and we were working there. And this is 2008. So then the entire world economy collapsed, and the Danes decided they didn't want to give money to Canadians that don't speak English to make plays about Canada in Denmark. And so after sort of like the year cycle that we had a grant for was up, decided to go to Toronto and go back to school. And I was going to go to grad school, and a friend of mine who's teaches at the University of Winnipeg was like, "No, you should get your teaching degree, and then you can like teach on the side while you're doing grad school." And I thought, "Oh, that sounds good." And then I went to Teachers College and was just like, "No, actually, this is what I want to do." So then teaching job came up in Kitchener, so at the Arts High School here, and then I moved around to a different school, and now I've been here for 9 years.
So wait a minute, you just basically took your teacher's certificate or teacher's degree?
Teacher's degree, yeah, like a bachelor bed, yeah.
So it's like a 3-year. You actually sat in class learning like the theories of how to teach people.
Well, in Ontario at the time, it was only a 1-year degree, and it's a 2-year degree. But I also did half a master's degree, and then I had a kid, and that was enough of that. But so I have half a master's in education.
No oops. His son is a wonderful human being.
It wasn't oops. It was like, oh yeah, you actually don't have 72 hours in a day to do shit. So I was like, okay, well.
One thing that I've sort of appreciated that with this, we talked about the coronavirus lockdown and how we had time, and with starting this podcast and getting back to work, and then I like to work out quite a bit. I'm single. I live on my own. I'm not single. I have a girlfriend, but I live on my own. I can't imagine the people who have families who are able to work full time, do a podcast. Oh, I don't know, have friends, do anything. How do you find the time?
Well, I don't find the time. I don't do anything. I hang out with Wesley, and the thing about it is he's an only child. He just turned 7. Like he hasn't for a long time he couldn't hang out with other kids. So like I got to be the kid. Like I got to play on his level. He's got to have I got to laugh at his jokes and stuff. Like he has nobody else to be on that level with. So I'm like running around like a friggin' lunatic for months and months and months and months and months. Right. So now I'm actually talking to adults and people over that age now. So it's more relaxing. It was very, very tiring. So yeah, no, I didn't do anything.
So then give us one of Wesley's jokes. Your son is named Wesley?
Yes, I will. Oh, I lost it. What's happening?
They're back.
What have you done?
Wait a minute. Is this the joke?
The joke is I've left the Zoom chat.
Well, hopefully it reconnects.
We had to censor him.
I have.
Oh, there.
Yeah,
there you go. There I am.
There it is.
My iPhone is sitting on top of its headphone cable, like balanced against a stack of books. So it jumps off of this. Okay, this is Wesley's joke. He made this up. Knock knock.
Who's there?
Who's there?
Confused cow.
Confused cow who?
Moo. Right? It's confused.
I think that's brilliant. It's
a pretty good joke.
It's pretty
good joke for a 6-year-old.
Oh god. But okay, so now if you reverse that and said that to a 6-year-old, do you think they would get it?
Yeah. Well, the kids get it.
All right. I don't know. I don't talk to kids anymore. I mean, it's all
right.
I talk to people who you could consider to be kids, but they're not. They're grown people.
Right. Right.
Well, that's good. So you had 6 months. Does your son live with you then?
Well, yeah, most of the time. Yeah, he's here.
Right, okay.
He's here a lot of the time. Yeah, so we, yeah, no, I mean, it's been like, yeah, I complain about it, but no, it's actually been really, really cool. Like, when do you get, like, I'm trying to find like the good things, right? Like, in what's special about this? What's different about this, right? Like, when do you get to spend 6 months just hanging out in your house with your kid? Like, that just doesn't happen after, they're 3, right? So, it was actually really, really fantastic.
Well, yeah, and after they're 15, you're not spending any time with them either for totally different reasons, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
They're all they're playing in rock bands and causing shit.
That's right.
Nice segue.
Well,
Cycles back and cycles back.
as always. Well, actually, and the reason I'm interrogating you, Mr. F, is because Mr. Furmanuk, because I actually asked a couple of mothers to be on the podcast, and all of them said no. They're like, "Well, what would I talk about?" And they do have things to talk about, but they don't feel comfortable, going on the record. And it's
Well, sure.
a lot of our friends all have kids now, and since I don't have kids, I mean, it's just a question. I mean, like, how do you deal with life? How do you raise these little people? It's how do you? Because all the things that I used to do, I go, oh, imagine if there was a little one of me. I mean, how can I justify having anything? Like, how can I justify listening to heavy metal when I won't let my kid do that? Right? I mean,
Right.
or something like that.
What I think you got to do, besides knock your phone off the stack of books, is like, it's a biography of Bernie Sanders that it's leaning against. So I think it's too far to the
So it's
left.
leaning to the
move
left,
it
is
over
what
a
you're
little
saying?
bit. Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
I have to. He's a force that gives life meaning, right? Like, there's reasons to do things, right? Like, it's like when you got a show the next day. It's like when you got something coming up and you're just totally immersed in it. Like, you're in theater, I'd say it's like being in Tech Week. Like, when you're just going the whole time, right? And like, you get up and then you go to sleep and you wake up and you're like, hey, got to do the thing. Like, you're just constantly in that mode. And it's like having that. It's like that, but with but in a parenting sort of context. And it gives you reasons to take care of yourself, because you need to be happy and healthy and like positive and sane in order to be able to do your job properly, to look after this person properly. And so you got actually gives you reason to take care of yourself, reason to listen to your music, reason to I'll find a different way to do that after I'm finished talking. But it gives you reasons. It motivates in a way that it's not different from the important things. I hear people say, "Oh, people don't have kids, don't understand." No, it's the same. It's the same as doing something that's really important that you love, and that you sort of make your life about that thing, right? And it's just intense for a long time, and it doesn't let you sleep. But like, it's essentially just one of those things that you just can allow yourself to get completely thrown into and feel good about it, because you're doing something valuable and something good, right? Like, in the same way as making art or whatever one does that's valuable.
So are you still able to be creative even though you do have this charge to take care of? I mean, you're saying that a child gives you that sort of that meaning, but then, like, to me, having a child like that is like a 24/7. Even and I've heard other parents describe it, like, even when they're not around, you're still thinking about them. I mean, it's not like having like a song.
Absolutely.
It's like, okay, I'm just not going to think about it for a little while. But I mean, with a child, you're like, what could be happening right now? I mean, so are you still able to be creative and produce and live some sort of other life other than just be dad?
I think that the creativity, like the space for creativity, gets filled by the act of parenting. At least for me, because man, that was the cat. The cat jumped off his cat tree onto here. Maybe I'll just hold it. But okay, where did I go? There I am. Like, because the act of parenting is really creative, and like, it's like I'm improvising constantly. I'm planning days, and I'm coming up with ways to sort of make his brain build and continue on and stuff like. So it is very creative. Like, I haven't been able to do much in terms of writing since I just wrote a play for my students this year. That was the first time I'd kind of had the brain space for it. But it's not like it's suddenly a change that like it never comes back. You're like, I'm going to work on this project for like 5 years, and really just put my brain into it for 5 years, and then I'm going to work on it part-time after that 5-year period, and then start letting other things into my life. It's kind of like that. It's like taking an extended gig somewhere. It's like going to taking some kind of really intense job for a while and then sort of backing off of it a little bit. So I think it's not like you're missing something, you're just pausing those things. I think that's how I felt about it. Anyway.
Right. Okay. So then, Mr. Baria, do you feel like having a child to, not with me, obviously, but like in
right
general,
now,
to give you that sort of
I mean,
push?
it's pretty lonely in here, but I mean, it's a tough question, right? Like, I'm 40 now, right? Like, I'm an old man. The thought of like raising a child at this point, like, I'm gonna be 60 when they graduate, and like, it's a weird thought, right? And I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I love the fact that I just, someone sends me a text and says, "Hey, Steve, let's blah," and I go, "Yeah, okay," and I put on my shoes and I walk out the door, right? I really enjoy that part of my life, but at the same time, if I was in a situation where I did have a child, you would make it, like, I'd make it work, right? Like, a lot of my friends have children, and I'd have to, organize my life in some way, which I haven't done since, I don't know, ever. That might actually make me do it. So, but I am kind of missing a major part of the have a child scenario. So
I find it like Mr. Furman, what you said about a child gives you that sort of push, and because I've read some other books by some of the people that sort of have big companies, and they all said even after having children, they're like their level of productivity actually went up because they had that extra push.
Absolutely.
Not that I would not that I want to have a child light the fire under my own ass, but it's kind of like, oh, look, I got a baby. Now I should actually make music that makes money.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it works that way either. I mean, it is something that does need to sort of have some sort of planning behind it, at least in the sense of like mature enough to be like, yes, I can deal with this. Not be like, okay, no, I can't.
The bonus though is that whether or not you can deal with it, you just fucking deal with it, right? Like you grow those muscles, right? Like it forces you to be that person. Then you go, oh, these other things are not actually. If I can do that, I can do this. And like time management and that kind of stuff, like all that, it's just you just do it, right? And then you have that skill set, right? Suddenly there. Same as anything, it's a muscle, right? Like your brain grows in that way. In the same way that your body does when you're forced to do something very, very difficult physically, and you go, oh, actually, I can do that. Well, that makes all these other things easier, right?
Like the first time you walked into a class, Sersky, did you know everything the first day? Of course not, right? You made mistakes along the way, but thankfully, no one's lives
we were trained,
but you figure it out, right?
Yeah, but to be fair to people who actually have jobs who have lives on the line, being an English teacher, no one dies. There's no consequence. There's no child running. Even I could say the stupidest thing in class, and no one will ever be really offended. How much do you remember from your first year teacher? Nothing.
Yeah.
For all intents and purposes, am basically useless. I am just a facilitator and a time occupier for children, especially at university, until they graduate. And I mean, it's just a credit check.
Isn't that what being a parent
and I know
is?
it sounds terrible.
Really? The time occupier until they graduate? And then bye! Get out! See you later.
Done.
Yes and no.
Yeah. Well, okay, but Mr. Furman, did you read any books about parenting before
I do.
The little baby
and I still
came
do.
along?
Yeah, for sure. Because like anything, there's philosophical approaches to it, right? Like it's very creative in that way. Like you can use your instinct, but your instinct is influenced by what you have experienced and know. It's not a point of view, right? Like, and so like there's millions of different ways to work with a child, and sometimes you're just acting on your instinct, and you're acting on how you were raised, you're acting on what annoys you or what you think is valuable, and then to get some sense of like, well, no, here's what children actually need. Doesn't matter what I need or what I think they need. Like, people who know what they're talking about say, well, this is actually what this is. Because I mean, what do I know about like the way the brain develops, right? Like, what do I know about what I'm supposed to expect him to be able to do? And then, you know, and then just like, well, he'll grow out of that, or that's a serious problem. You need to address that. Being able to parse through those things. Yeah, I did read a little bit, and I still do sometimes when I'm like, he's freaking out about this, and I don't understand why. Is he just being annoying, or is there actually something here that he needs me, and he needs me to be different in some way, right? And like, there are people that have advice, and I will accept it because it is tricky in the moment to know. So yeah, oh, for sure I did. There's a good book called Positive Discipline that I really like about like consequences of discipline and stuff that I found to be really valuable. Because otherwise you just discipline based on what pisses you off and what doesn't, right? And that's not actually useful, right?
Really? Why not? So you mean I can't rear a child just based on like, well, that doesn't make me happy, so stop doing it?
Yeah, you can't.
Oh, okay. Any other books you'd recommend? Because I mean, there are parents who actually listen to this podcast. As surprising as that is.
That's the one I like best. There's bits and pieces from other things and stuff. And I think that, to be honest, I think as much as it is about figuring out what children are like, it's also about finding the balance between what is going to keep you sane, because you being a sane parent is going to make you better at listening to your child and dealing with your child and being empathetic with your child when you're creating a space that makes you comfortable, right? Like, you can read things that say, oh, you shouldn't go back to work, you should stay with them for this amount of time, or like all these different kind of things. Here's how you get them to go to sleep. Here's how you leave them in their crib and let them cry. No, go get them and hug them and stay with them and hold on to them all the time. There's all these different ways of looking at it. But I think what it boils down to is what's going to make you feel best as a parent, within obviously some boundaries, but like what's the best choice that's going to keep you sane and keep you happy and make your relationship with your child the best, and then use that as a barometer in a lot of cases anyway. But I think the positive discipline one was the one that kind of like was broad enough to encompass a lot of different ways of thinking about it.
So how do you keep sane as a parent then? Because I hear this all the time from the mothers. I mean, they're all just, and I have students who have children. They're like, I don't have children. They're telling me don't have children. You don't have them, so don't have them.
There's bad nights, and there's bad days, right? Like, I mean, like anything, right? Because you're under a lot of pressure, right? But when the pressure starts to release, you see it, and I think it's just like anything hard, anything hard, you don't want to do it part of the time, right? Because it's hard. And the moving through that and the seeing the results and the fact is that you look at the thing and you go, oh well, yeah, we're connected forever. Like it doesn't, you don't need to push yourself to be good at it, because it just you just have to be, right? Like you just are. There's a way in which it's also just very simple, right? You just respond, and you just like, give yourself over to it in a way.
So you just have to breathe.
Yeah, that's right. You breathe, you think, you forgive yourself for making mistakes, and and when you see them do stuff and you see them like succeed in ways and you see them like grow and do stuff without you, you give yourself the fucking credit you deserve for those things and connect yourself up.
I taught you that.
Yeah, and maybe they won't tell you that back, but they know it.
No, of course not. How much credit do we give our parents for any of the stuff that we have done? Yeah. Like I think back to even with my parents, and I go, they didn't teach me how to travel. They didn't. I mean, I guess they put me in a situation where I learned languages,
right.
So that helped me later in life. But they didn't teach me how to drum. Although they did encourage the musical ability, so they provided that sort of area, for like that space to work.
Well, what they did is they gave you the tools to be able to do those things, right? Like they gave you.
Oh, you sound like a father. They gave you the tools to do those things.
That's right. You do whatever you want because you understand that you can, and you know how to solve problems, right? And you know how to take risks, calculated risks, and push through and go for them, right?
I hope so.
Yeah.
All right. So then, with that, are you encouraging your child to have music? Because Steve, I know you encourage your nephew musically all the time, and he's actually pretty good,
very good
with what he does.
He's very good.
I'm letting him lead a little bit in terms of like what he's interested in artistically. Like I put him in, he was in piano lessons last year and he just hated it. And I don't think it was a good match with the teacher. So I kind of put that off, but we're going to move soon. And I think I'm going to try to get my parents' piano. And then when we have a piano, I think I'm going to like say, okay, you got to do this. You got to do this for a while. Like you got to get your basic understanding of how to do this. I think it's as important as, learning how to do anything, learning how to cook, learning how to draw, like these, you need these fundamental, you need to be able to express yourself creatively in an abstract way to a point. And then once you're too old for me to force you to do stuff, you can do whatever you want. But I think I do think it's an important part of somebody's education. I mean, 100 years ago, like either you didn't go to school at all or you went to school and you learned, how to play the piano and Latin and all this stuff, like, languages and things. Like your education was much more rounder if you had one at all, right? And I think it's important. So yeah, I'm going to push him a little bit into that. But he really likes drawing. That's his thing right now. Drawing zombies.
That's good. Zombies. Why zombies? The one of the mothers I just talked to, she's like, yeah, my son loves guns and tanks and shooting people. I'm like, okay, interesting.
Oh yeah.
Well, if you love guns and tanks and shooting people, you can become the president of the United States.
Well, if you never grow up,
that's just any. Come on, that is just. Any world leader knows that. Whatever. The army is just a tool. Right?
And that's exactly it. She's giving her children the tools of knowing how to shoot
That's
people.
right. All you need is a little bit of a loan from your dad and the tools that you need to become the president of the United States.
Well, but an adult's loan comes from the bank, so you just go borrow them or credit cards. I mean, why not? Yeah, you can balance transfer 0%.
Next time I go to the bank to ask for money, I'm definitely going to refer to them as mommy and daddy and see if that helps me get my.
They love that. Yeah.
Hi, mom. Hi, dad. How you doing? What would happen? But if you actually did, if you walked into the bank and be like, hi, mom. Like if it's a woman, obviously, or you can't even say that anymore because if it's a guy, you're like, hi, mom. You got to be neutral. But you walk in there, hi, mom, hi, dad, whatever. So can I have some money? What do you think the bank teller's response would
They'd push the button under the desk and you wouldn't be there for very long.
You're gone. Get out of here. He's one of those guys. All right. Well, as I see that our meeting has actually been extended, they say. I'm trying to send you another file here, but it's not letting me do
extended.
Yeah, that's what it's saying. There you go. There. So the screenshot says that we have more time. Yay. And this is the beauty of free stuff, that we can chat across borders like this very, very easily for free. Although, we have to listen to the man because, there's a time restriction just because we're not paying for something. All of a sudden we can't just use it as much as we want? What the hell? You can't tell me.
We deserve
what to
it.
do. Yes, they can.
Capitalism, man.
Yes, they can.
Amazing.
So what are you guys drinking over there? I got coffee. I have a Robusta and Luckin coffee blend in my Tim Hortons Canada cup.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
I have Dominion City 1971 Pale Ale.
Why is it 1971?
It says on the back. 1971 is a citrusy pale ale named in honor of the We Demand protests, the first ever public demonstration for LGBTQ plus rights in Canadian history. A portion of the proceeds support children and youth from LGBTQ families through the 10 Oaks Project. I just bought it from the bottle shop that I went to for dinner today because it looked delightful and the bartender said it was good. Wow.
You went to the bottle shop for dinner?
It is a pub that has delicious veggie burgers and a bottle shop attached to it.
Right. Mr. Barry, what are you drinking? You got Jameson over there.
I've got the bottle of Jameson triple distilled Irish whiskey. This was the bottle of whiskey that I drank in my mom's wake.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if we can see how much is left. This
That's
is the
a
first
wake.
time I've
Not
opened it
much.
since my mom's wake, so that was mostly taken care of at mom's wake.
Now you said triple distilled. Is that different from regular Jameson?
I think regular Jameson is only single distilled, like the stuff you can get for the cheap price. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the triple distilled is only available from the Jameson distillery in Dublin. So this actually came
So then how
back
do you have
from
one?
Ireland last time my mom went.
Oh, wow, that's pretty
Yeah.
crazy. That's neat.
So I figured it was appropriate. It goes down very smooth. And does not give you a horrible
I sure
hangover the
hope
day
so.
after. So I've learned the hard way.
You know, and that's one of the things that I've learned in growing up, and the amount of traveling and drinking I've done. And I try not to drink too much anymore. It's worth paying for quality alcohol or quality bottles because they don't give you as much of a hangover the next day. It has to do with the preservatives that they use, like the phosphates and the sulfites that they use.
Sure,
to,
sulfites,
preserve
yeah.
I will never
whatever it
forget
is.
one of the
That shit will fuck you up.
one of the greatest life lessons I ever learned from Mr. F
Ooh.
was to never drink vodka out of a plastic bottle.
Yeah.
Do you remember the Prince of Russia vodka that you guys that we were
I
drinking that one
remember it.
weekend?
I only remember it through through remembering seeing the bottle. I can tell you right now that I don't remember that you were there. I don't remember. I remember that I sat down and was talking to some guy who was taking a philosophy class and wanted to do the thing that people who take philosophy classes do, which is talk to you a lot. And he was talking to me, and it was
lame.
upsetting me. And so I continued to drink the vodka, and then I stood up, and then it was morning, and I was at work, and I was not doing so well. So that's all I remember.
No, you did not do well on the plastic bottle of vodka.
No, Russian Prince.
Russian. Oh yes, Russian Prince, not Prince of
That's
Russia.
terrible.
No, I don't know.
Whatever.
Well, yeah, and then what's that plastic beer? Austin.
Stone Cold.
Austin.
There's the Stone Cold beers. Growers.
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
Stone
it's Stone Cold.
Yeah, it's terrible.
It's
horrible. Terrible
beer in a
stuff.
2-liter bottle. You're not asking for quality.
No.
Saying.
You're asking for quantity. And I remember when I was in Ukraine, when they had this, they told me not to drink one of the glass bottles or something. They're saying it's not fresh. I'm like, what does it matter? Beer is beer. And then I realized later on, I'm like, no, actually, there is sort of like a quality control issue with especially some bottling plants in these developing countries. That some beer is just not properly bottled or preserved, so it's just terrible. And the closer you can get the beer to its brew date, or like at the time that they actually pour it out, the better it is, which I'd never actually appreciated before. So, but living in Beijing, I'm not gonna lie, Beijing has a great craft brew. I'm sure Toronto has a great craft.
Oh yeah, the whole
brew
area
scene
does
as well.
Winnipeg does too now. It's very strong in Winnipeg now too.
Only recently has Winnipeg finally caught on to it. Why didn't it happen 15 years ago? Anytime I ever criticize Winnipeg, I have to fully take a step back and go, what did you do about it 15 to 20 years ago?
You
Nothing.
played drums.
And that is on me. Well, but even then, it's like, why can't you play that type of music? It's like going, what was stopping me from doing it 20 years ago? And then, yeah. And then the philosophical debate goes on in my mind. I'm like, see, this is why you need to spend time. You need to just think and be in flow. Does flowing help?
Flowing helps.
Sure.
Flowing is the thing you got to do.
Yeah. How was the brew scene in Winnipeg? There, Mr. Baria?
Great. There's a place called Nonsuch, which is just over on Pacific, which is just a few blocks from here. I tell you, man, I will have any one of their beers any day. Their stuff is
such a good name.
Fantastic. Yeah, it's a great name, eh? They make a
Well, it's named after that boat.
Yes.
After that boat in that museum.
They make a what is it? A milkshake stout. It is unbelievable. The first run they did sold out like in 2 or 3 days. Like it was just gone. anything they make, I will have. There's other places, like there's another place called Barnhammer that's very, very popular. I don't like their beer. Nothing against Barnhammer, just don't like it. Sorry, Barnhammer.
Well, it sounds like you do have something against Barnhammer because you don't like their beer.
I don't like the taste. But we've got like Barnhammer.
Is Little Scrapper still there?
Little Scrapper is Fort Garry, who are now owned by Anheuser-Busch, so they're not. They don't really count anymore.
Oh, they got bought out.
Mm-hmm. Fort Garry's owned by Busch. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And what about Two Rivers? That was like one of the big craft brews.
I haven't seen a lot of Two Rivers beers around, so I don't know. I have a feeling they got sucked up in the Fort Garry, but I could be wrong. But I mean, man, Two Rivers were a specialty because they were like the only craft beer around. That is not the case anymore. Like Barnhammer, One Great City, Trans-Canada Brewing, Non-Such, Oxus, like so many good. There's
Oxus.
a beer store over at Grant and Pembina, and they just have a wall of local beers. So like I'll just go in there and pick up like 12 beers from random local breweries.
Wow.
Good. Well, it's finally. I mean, but this is something that sort of happened in like on the west coast of the United States years ago, and it sort of spread out from there. And I mean, it happened in Toronto a lot earlier too. In Beijing, like I praise the Beijing beer scene, but it only started 2008, 2009, and that's because a couple of expats were here. One guy was from Germany, and the other guy's from the United States, and they created two separate breweries, and they sort of jump-started the Chinese craft beer scene here in Beijing. And then it's sort of spread out from there, and then you have all the knockoffs and everything.
Well, we've also got we've got a craft whiskey distiller, and we've got a craft spirit distiller that makes it's
craft whiskey. You mean Crown Royal?
No,
which
it's not Crown Royal.
Kind of
That's
like,
Gimli. That doesn't count in Winnipeg.
It is Gimli, yeah.
No, we have a place called Patent 59. They make a rather infamous thing called Purple Gin. And it's very good. Very, very
well, it's always strange to me because Winnipeg is such a craft beer kind of place. Like, or it should have been, right? Like it's such an artsy, musicy, like
we're the Portland of Canada, is what we are.
Very much. Well, yeah. I feel like it's not even Portland because
where's the Chaz? Come on, where's the Chaz?
Chaz is like one block.
It's Mondragon is what it is.
Yeah.
Or whatever that is.
We had the Chaz before the
like,
Chaz was the thing.
That's right. But I think like, but seriously, like it's such a, it's almost, I wouldn't even say it's like Portland because everybody knows about Portland. It's like some neighborhood in Philadelphia or like some place you don't even know that's really cool that nobody even goes to in the States. Buffalo or something like that's really cool.
What's the neighborhood in Philadelphia that's really cool that no one knows?
No one knows about it. So.
No one knows about it. If you knew about it.
If I knew about it, I'd tell you about it.
Yeah.
People do know about Winnipeg. Every time I mention, if I ever meet Finnish people,
and
they're like, Winnipeg, oh, Timo Solani.
Oh,
yeah.
Like,
well, yeah. Sure. And they're like, oh, Winnipeg's in the center of Canada. I'm like, not many people know that.
Of course.
The most bizarre meeting of Winnipeg actually being known was an Indian guy in Indonesia. And he's like, hey, are you Canadian? I'm like, the fuck? Why are you asking if I'm Canadian? First of all, you didn't ask if I was American.
Yeah,
so
that doesn't make sense.
What the hell's going on with you? But okay, you asked if now you have a bit of my respect. And it's like, oh, where are you from? I'm like, well, from Winnipeg in the center. He's like, oh yeah, Winnipeg, blah blah. And he goes on for 3 minutes about the thing. I'm like, all right, so Winnipeg is actually kind of known sometimes, and Winnipeg has become more known lately. 20 years after everything else, but it's slowly become a little bit more known, mostly because the Winnipeg Jets returned.
Right, yeah.
I mean,
it actually did okay.
The Americans can practice their geography.
Right.
With
I'm saying it has more to do with once we expel the riffraff. Get one of you out to another continent, get the other one out to Ontario. All of a sudden, things start turning around.
I don't know. Did it happen that way?
No.
I'm not sure.
That's hard to argue, man.
Steve Furmanuk, when did you leave?
2008.
The first time.
I left the day. The last thing I did in Winnipeg was I hung out at my mom and dad's house and watched the election of Barack Obama in 2008, and then we got on a plane the next day and flew out there. So it was November or whatever in 2008.
November 8th or November 14th.
Something like that.
I was in Chicago at
That's
Grant
right.
Park that day.
Were
when
you?
Obama was
Yes, that's right. I remember you taking off
Wow.
on it.
I was. Yeah, because that was after like the first time I was like unemployed, no job, no girlfriend, no nothing, anything, and I was like, "Fuck, I'm getting out of Winnipeg," and that was part of the trip. My buddy took me on. He's like, "Okay, let's go down to Chicago, a couple days, get out of the city, do whatever." Just before that, I quit the band that I was in, and I was like, "I'm done with it. I'm not drumming anymore. I quit. I'm done." And then we went down to Chicago, saw Obama get elected. And like I have pictures. He's like that big, because I had my little cell phone camera at that time, the Sony one, Sony Ericsson. It was like this little tiny camera, horrible quality. But then I guess I must have left a month and a half after you did. You left in 2008. I left on January 1st, 2009.
Wow, that's fascinating. Yeah, so maybe it was us. There was finally enough space.
There you go.
I was
there
trying
was
to be
enough
polite
space
and not give
creatively
it to you guys,
in the
but-
city. Like it's because we were taking up so much like creative
Yes,
space and energy in the
yes,
city that we
right.
moved out of the way so that the next generation could come up. Right? Like
Mhm.
that's what we
Yes.
had to do. It was our
It's
gift
true.
to the
I
city.
mean, there's no other explanation.
so.
There
None.
can't be another
None
explanation.
whatsoever.
What is the art scene like now in Winnipeg?
Dead.
Mr. Barry?
There's nothing. There hasn't been anything since March, man.
Well, yeah.
Right?
Okay, so aside from the coronavirus lockdown, so whoa. No, okay, then I'm going to call you out on this. If there's so much potential and greatness going on in Winnipeg, why didn't they go online and start being great
Yeah.
there? Oh, snap.
So, I mean, you mentioned my
Oh, wait a minute.
nephew.
This podcast right here. Oh, yes! I win
You
again.
mentioned my nephew. He actually released his first single finally because he wasn't doing as many
Wow.
shows. But he's also just did a show last week. I don't understand how, but he's doing shows. There was a virtual Fringe.
Yeah, there was a
Well,
folk fest was online. I
how
think
did-
my dad
how
was
was that?
watching it and sending me
Yep, virtual
links from it.
folk fest. So a lot of them did move online, but you know, all the artistic things are in the same trouble here as they are everywhere else, right? Like artistic ventures make money by performing, and they can't perform, right? And you can Zoom all you want, but like, I'm not paying. Well, I would, but most people aren't going to pay $40 to watch a Zoom show from MTC, right?
No.
Like,
It's not. You
Yeah,
can't
that-
do theater.
that $40
you can't do
when
theater
you-
online.
yeah, right. Well, I don't know.
When you're paying
Hamilton
that
released
$40
as
to go
well,
to MTC, though, yeah, you're paying for like production quality and stuff like that. Like, and now with Zoom and modern technology, the costs of production have gone down. Because I remember when we were playing, one of the things that I wanted to do was live stream the show. And you, Mr. Barry, are like, it's not going to work. It's not going to happen. And back then, it was horribly complicated to get anything. Like, you guys didn't deal with video as much as I did. But before, you actually had to record it to a physical device and then transfer it in real time and then render it in real time. It took forever. Nowadays, it's so much faster.
You're still doing the same thing.
And bandwidth isn't even a
Like
problem.
you're still doing that, but now the process is the processors and everything caught up to make that near instantaneous,
Sure.
right? And the software just does it.
And also how they write the files, like because when they had the tape, you can only read the tape in one direction, but with the modern hard drives, they scramble all over the place and they like take it's like a transportation device, beep, 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 basically. So, and especially with the SSDs and not
As
the
an IT
discs.
person, I would like to argue
Well, 'cause
that,
the
but I'm going to let it go.
Such a beautiful image, though. Let him have it.
All right.
The point, but they write files differently to
Yeah.
the computer than they did from a tape that you had to read from. However, the tape reels went left to right.
I don't even remember anymore.
Left
Yeah,
to
It's
right.
dead technology now. It doesn't matter.
Exactly. Well, but be it as but before, I mean, how was I think one of the things that sort of brought us closer together, because a lot of things that we took part of in the arts community was the Fringe Festival. How was the Fringe Festival this year in Winnipeg?
I didn't
Online?
go.
I didn't see it.
Go.
I
I
didn't.
didn't watch.
Oh, Steve. For me, did you
No,
watch any?
I hate watching theater online. I don't like that's not what it is. That's not what it's for. Like it's If you want me to start, I'll start. Like the whole thing about a piece of theater, what makes it different than anything else is that it's happening in the room, right? It's like if you've ever, when you're in a room and you're like hanging out with your friends and they're a couple and they're fighting and the room feels like, right? Or like something weird happens or something happens in public and the energy changes, like the energy of the room affects you, right? And the piece of art that theater is creating experiences that are real, that are happening, and you're inside of them. You're part of that experience. Filming it just turns it into kind of a shitty movie, which is a different art form, right? They're similar in a lot of ways, but they're different. A film is a record of something that already happened. And so you're more interested in the narrative. You're more interested in the ways that the shots manipulate you, but you're being manipulated in a way like that you are like with a novel. Whereas in theater, you're like literally anything could actually happen, right? And if the actors are doing their job, they're kind of flying on that high wire where they actually are improvising, but the lines just keep popping into their heads and they just say them, but they're saying them in the moment, and it has that crackling magic to it. And I mean, something like Hamilton is an exception, right? And it's an exception that proves a rule because it's so unique in that way that nobody is actually watching staged performances of things, right? And you couldn't do it. I can't do it. I made my whole life about theater and talking about theater and watching theater, and I watched a few of them, and it's kind of an interesting novelty, but there's no way I'd be spending every Friday night watching like online Stratford performances or things like that. It just doesn't have the same magic to it, right? I'd rather watch something that was made to be watched on a screen, So I think that you really have to, when it's theater, like we just have to wait for it to come back or figure out a new way to do it. I mean, they're social distancing, you sit in your little pod, and then the other people are over in their pod, and whatever. They'll come back.
Oh, I think everything will come back. I think everything's going to be fine within a year.
Fun.
I think everything's going to be great. Like, this isn't,
God,
there's been...
Don't say that. That's what they said 6 months ago. And
no,
look at us now.
No, the nut job said that 6 months ago.
All of a sudden there's going to be a second wave.
The nut job said that 6 months ago.
There's going to be more trouble.
Well, we understand it better than
something else next
men.
year. The Spanish flu will come back.
Yeah,
there's going to be coronavirus redo. Part 2.
I'm worried about the pandemic that has like a 20% mortality rate. That's the one that scares me, and this is not it. Like, this is not the be-all end-all virus that epidemiologists are worried about. It's a bad flu.
Well, we know how to.
But you're not. You can't say that though, because that means that you're not. Are you one of those mask wearers? Do you wear a mask, Mr. Barry in Winnipeg? You must wear a mask.
I already go through this with your brother on a weekly basis.
How dare you? You are canceled. You are canceled. You are canceled. I have to cancel. You cancel.
Are we doing this before we even start talking about music? Are we doing this? I thought at least we'd have a minute.
Well, we canceled the music. We have to cancel the music.
I'll cancel your music.
Oh, snap. Mr. Furman, in terms of taking from theater to screen, it's funny that you actually say that it's not possible, or at least it's very difficult to do, because one of the filmmaking books that I read was like, if you ever want, for filmmakers, if you ever need or want to prove your filmmaking abilities and to like sort of practice your chops a little bit, walk down the street or find the local theater troupe. There's two ways to do this. One, you find like a play that you can adapt very easily, or two, the easier way is to find a theater troupe that's putting on a performance and say, can I give you guys money for an option to make this into a movie based on how it is? And then you take that and you make it into a 90-minute movie and you present that as a movie. So you're not doing an exact theater replication, but you're adapting it slightly for the screen as an intro filmmaker.
Sure.
I mean, is that at all possible? Can you see that working at all?
Well, I mean, certainly as an exercise, right? Like, I feel like that would really get you down into the vocabulary of what makes a film, and in a way why it's different. Like, I mean, I certainly defer to you on understanding of film history, but I feel like my understanding of it was that, like, initially a lot of those early films kind of are just like filmed from the one angle, like from the proscenium, and then it's somebody like Eisenstein or one of these guys who goes, let's put it on there and let's look at your face and let's get this angle, and then figuring out how to do a montage and figuring out that you can create your own vocabulary of understanding by showing somebody looking this way and then showing the thing and then going back to their face, and you go, oh, they looked at that thing, right? Like these little bits and pieces that people people didn't have intuitively that they had to build into the language. And now suddenly, I talk about this with kids all the time when they're trying to direct like things on the stage, and have to be like, you have to be the camera. You have to imagine that the camera is still and you're moving actors towards it and in and out, and the actors going up and going down because you can't move the camera in. But you have to think like you're a camera that can't move, and then you have to bring the actors and do the opposite way of working it, because that's how stage productions are done. So I mean, it'd be an interesting exercise, but I think ultimately plays are written to be in one room. Like, you're not cutting like scenes every 2.5 minutes, right? Like, they're longer and longer and longer and longer and longer. They're drawing you into something, right? It's just a different medium. I mean, again, it would be a cool exercise, but I don't think it would be something that suddenly, everybody's filming plays and that's the new thing.
I think a really good example is...
obviously not, because it hasn't been happening.
It hasn't been.
I think a really good example is if you look at musicals, right? Take Oliver, take Les Mis, I don't think there's a really good Phantom, to be honest with you.
No, there isn't.
But you take, let's take Oliver. I've seen both, right? I've been in a production of Oliver. It is a very different, like Steve mentioned before, you are working the emotion of the room in Oliver and helping that create the sense of where you are. But then if you take the movie Oliver, well, they have sets, right? They have that giant chorus in the original version of Oliver that's like 300 people. You can't make that on a stage. But if you have 30 people on the stage, you get that energy of 300.
Yeah.
But in a movie, you watch 30 people dancing in the middle of a street in London, you're like, there's a bunch of hobos dancing in the middle of the street of London, right? You get
it's not the
300
same.
people, then you get that sense visually of what the situation's trying to be.
Les Mis, wasn't that adapted into several
It
movies?
was,
it's
and
a
apparently
movie,
it was spectacular, and I never saw it.
It was fine.
Because, frankly, I have a
it had
wonderful
its
memory
ups
of the Les Mis I saw, and I don't want to ruin it.
Yeah. No, it's fine. It's
Now, to reverse that, from movies to theater, the one that I remember seeing was Lord of the Rings in London. I went to go see it. It only ran for a couple of years, I think, because like the production was astounding. But the time where they're running on the treetops, they actually had the trees moving up and down on the stage. It's like, this.
With unlimited
You guys
money,
are not making money on this.
like unlimited money, you can make a pretty good, make a decent facsimile. But
it's just a theme park. Like, it's not.
That's a really good way to look at it. Yeah.
Which is cool. It's its own thing, right? But I don't think that that's harnessing the magic of theater in the same way either. It's just like, oh, that was cool. How'd they do that? And that's fine. That's an
You're watching a magician. You're watching Cirque du Soleil.
Exactly. You're watching Cirque du Soleil, which is different than sitting down in a room with two actors who are just like working their magic and drawing you into their life experience. This is different. But I think that there's something
I saw one
more
of their,
democratic about it.
With Cirque du Soleil, have you guys seen many of their presentations? Because they just went through bankruptcy, actually. Okay. How big are the stages that they use in Canada? Oh, you're right beside Montreal. Have you seen them actually in Montreal?
No. I've only seen touring productions, actually.
Oh,
I never saw anything
because
in Vegas.
They had a touring production here, and I can't remember what it was. It came to Beijing a couple of years ago, and I was always, because Cirque du Soleil has this big persona, but you walk in and you're like, it's a tent.
Yeah.
And there's like a little ring there, and there's like another ring there, and there's some little back, and there's the musicians area and whatnot. It's kind of small, kind of tiny, isn't it?
That's
and
the
we were sitting
point.
right up front, which I mean,
isn't that the point of Cirque du Soleil? It's supposed to look small, right? Like they are very careful about how they stage everything to make it look small. But
that was pretty big. But...
Well,
Which one did you see?
Oh, I can't remember. Something with a name that I didn't understand in a language I didn't know, and that was about some stuff I didn't understand. It was really cool. Like, I don't mean to criticize it, but I don't know what it was or what it was about. And nor should I have. I don't think that's the point of it.
I guess so. I don't know. I mean, Cirque du Soleil always had that sort of great aura about it. They have great ideas, but then to actually sit down and watch it for like as a story, I don't know if I could.
It's a story.
I mean, it's beyond me. I wouldn't. I like the ideas and the colors that they use and some of the music, but it is something that I don't know how often I could do. You spoke about not sitting down on a Friday night and watching Stratford plays. I'm like, I don't know if I could watch Cirque du Soleil more than once a year.
Sure.
If that, even once a year.
It's the kind of thing that I think.
Then again, I haven't been to a live show in a very long time.
Well, yeah, who has? But I think it's the kind of thing where its reach has exceeded its potential audience. Like we go, oh, this is the best thing. Well, I mean, it's not like mainstream, like sort of generalized stuff that anybody can find something into. Like, it's challenging, right? Like, it like pushes back against you. Like, here's some weird stuff, figure this out, right? And that's a exhilarating experience for a lot of people, but it's not to everybody's taste, right?
Yeah. But even in terms of, like, before this coronavirus thing happened, like, I wasn't going to live shows. I haven't been to a bar to see a live show. There was Mr. Baria. There was a group, not Seven Circles. There was another one that came through Beijing, and it was just like, and to get there was like a 45 minutes journey, and I'm like, I can't do this on a Sunday night. I mean, it's too far, and I knew the bar that they're going to play.
You got old.
Yeah, exactly. Was it too loud too?
I don't know. I didn't go. It was nice and quiet at home, so I stayed here. But I don't play my music loud too often anymore. I don't go out to see shows. And I was thinking about this because people are talking about how performers are suffering because of coronavirus. And I'm sitting there going, there's maybe 2 or 3 bands that I would pay to go see. Guns N' Roses, absolutely. I would fly to go see them. Metallica, if they came through Beijing again. And then Tool, only because the first time I saw them was after not Lateralus. The next one, like 2007, 2008, around there.
10,000 Days.
Okay, so 10,000 Days. That'd be because I want to see Danny Carey. That's it. But I mean, or Dream Theater with Mike Portnoy if he ever rejoined the band. But Mike Bengini, I'd like to see him as well. But I mean, I just don't go to these live shows. Like, I wouldn't go to a small show anymore. I don't do it.
It's because you're old.
Is that it though, or is there something else? Like,
that's it. There's nothing else. You're old.
Damn it.
There's live shows. People love them. You're old. That's all it is. What are you, 38? Are you 38?
Roughly, yeah, somewhere around there.
Roughly 38?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're pretty much on the button right now. It was your birthday yesterday.
So, you're 38 or you're 39? I can't remember.
I can't remember either. It's old age as well.
That's hard. Well,
he doesn't want to say on camera.
He's still in the space, though, where he thinks that he might not be getting old, and then all you need to do is turn 40, and then you go,
hide from 40.
I'm 40. I'm old. It's just like you can't escape from it.
Well, fuck you both.
There's
all I
We're speaking to you from the future with years of wisdom.
But, okay, so you guys are both 40.
We're like that hard drive that magically teleports back and forth. We're telling you from the future.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as an aged ageist, I can tell you that's not right. So, aged ageist. That's right. And I'm younger. But okay, so then if you're saying that turning 40 is like, oh my God, I'm so old. I don't feel like I'm approaching 40 at all. Like, I am in probably better shape.
Nobody ever does.
Other than my hip that could, use a little bit more work. I mean, other than that.
Other than my hip, I'm in great shape.
Hip.
Yeah.
And
the fact that I never go out
when the
anywhere.
rain's coming?
Yeah.
No, not anymore.
Can we tell the weather by your aches and...
Mm-hmm.
No, that's my shoulder that aches when the rain's coming.
Yeah. Yeah. His hips bothers him. He never goes out anymore, and he wants to talk to people about children. Yeah, he's not old.
Even worse, he made a podcast, just like everybody else.
That's right. Now he just makes podcasts.
Well, but to be fair,
podcasts are the future.
The whole podcast
podcasts are the new toy train setups.
I started a blog. I started a blog when everybody else was starting blogs 10 years ago. Mine's still going. Mm-hmm. Other people's have died. So I just kind of figured the podcast was exactly like the blog, except it's just me yakking. And I think I don't sound as surly as I do on my blog, because my blog I can get pretty surly in some of my
we can see you smile. We can see the twinkle in your eyes.
Twinkle in my eyes.
The whimsy.
I mean, if people want
Yeah.
Surly Steve
sprinkling.
Sersky, they just have to put a couple of beers in you, and they'll get the Surly Steve Sersky real quick.
We're getting early morning coffee, Steve Sersky.
Yeah,
You know-
exactly. This is the good Steve Sersky.
Actually, want to hear Surly Steve Sersky talk about work. One of the reasons why I'm studying Chinese so much is because what was happening
You're in
was that
China?
that's one, but the other part was that I would go during the breaks. I would go to the break room, and then all we would do is bitch about work and just talk about just complete shit. And I was like, I can't do this. No. And yes, I am in China, so I made the choice. If I'm going to be in this country, I am not going to be one of those expats that leaves in 15, 20 years or whatever, even 6 years, and not know the language.
That's good.
So
That's awesome.
I'm like that's it. I'm going to spend my time studying Chinese. So like during breaks,
Sure.
I don't go there, and I find it even that 1 minute that I'm in that break room, it's like complain. Oh my god, work is so terrible. Can you believe they're asking us to do stuff? What the hell's wrong with the boss?
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
even though that's why we're here, that's what we're paid for. But yeah, so that's why I'm studying Chinese so much, is because I want to make use of my time. And there was another guy, I had him on my podcast a couple months ago already, Steve Black, and he's a singer-songwriter, and he would bring his guitar, and during breaks he's writing songs, and like at night he was going out to these bars and playing shows. I don't know how he did it, but he had a guitar, and as a drummer, I didn't know how I could bring a drum set around with me.
That's a little different, yeah.
Traveling through the different places that we go to and whatnot. I did think about playing on the iPad.
Drum machine.
Okay.
Drum machine, man.
You want to talk
iPad,
about
yeah, there you go.
old? You want to talk about old?
Just
You want to talk
beatbox.
about cheesy? Oh, I can't.
There you go.
That was pretty damn good.
That was beautiful.
There you go. That's
Where was that 15 years ago?
well. I've been working on it for 15 years. I mean, it's taken this long to get that bass drop. I mean, of course. I mean, it's one of those things that you got to practice. Oh, Steve Furman, you left us.
A friend of mine uses a I don't know what it is. It's a sequencer. Like, and the thing's like yay big. Puts it in his backpack. All you need is a couple patch cables, and boom, you're good to go. Everything's just pre-programmed in there. You can drum on that sucker.
Yeah, they also cost money, and it's kind of like, do I want to sink more money into this? I have an
Watch
iPad
some
that
Reggie
I can
Watts,
use.
man.
And I have Logic Pro. I mean, I don't need any more technology. I need to use the stuff I have. Like even on cell phones, you can use it for just so many things. I like the idea of beatboxing. Even though I see some of these guys on YouTube and they're fantastic, like they're just phenomenal voice manipulators. But
Dude, watch Reggie Watts, and you will never need to watch another beatboxer again.
well, that's terrible because that means then there's nothing for me to do if I watch that.
Watch some Reggie Watts. It'll blow your mind. Your
Reggie
mind will
Watts.
fall out of your ears.
Well, I hope so. Not well. It can't. It can't again. It already did once. It's that, and that's pretty much over. Reggie Watts, 2 G's, 2 T's.
Think so?
Reggie Watts, something like that. 1 second. I'm just gonna change this up here.
GGTT.
There we go. We'll get that going.
There's a great TED Talk, actually, that he does. That one's very good.
Oh, now it's just you, Mr. Baria,
Oh, surprise.
wearing your Ciara's Tears shirt that you gave away. Oh, I had to put another shirt on.
Yep, I had to go digging for this. I had to go digging pretty deep into the t-shirt drawer.
I'm surprised you didn't give it away. My Ciara's Tears shirt is still in Winnipeg. I have a couple. Mr. Furman, do you still have any Ciara's Tears shirts?
My dad does. My dad took all of those. I think I had 100, and my dad, they
No,
were
you
in
did
the
not have
basement.
100.
And after I moved out, my dad would just
Don't say
like
he's using
not
them
wash
for
them, but
rags.
just put on a new Ciara's Tears t-shirt every time, and just like put another one on.
That's awesome. Good.
So he went through. It took him about a couple years to do that. He's got a few. Yeah, they're around somewhere.
Good. They're collector's items. They are
Mm-hmm.
collector's items. Oh, refilling the coffee. How many beers have you guys had? How many drinks are you at right now? You're on to water.
stopped
That's
Still on the.
that's dad-ish right there, drinking water.
Absolutely. I was up at 6 this morning, man, and I got to get up tomorrow and figure out how to teach online for the rest of the week. I'm plowing through.
I have to play Crusader Kings till I pass out at my desk.
Crusader Kings. What's that?
It's a video game. I'm not going to get into it. There are much more people who are much better at it than I am who can tell very fantastic stories about it. I'm not one of them. It's not worth it.
Is it that memorable that you can tell stories about these things?
It's like Civ on crack.
Oh, and Civilization is crack.
Yeah, so this is like crack cocaine.
Ooh. I will not
Fentanyl.
ever. I don't play games anymore. You want to talk about getting old? That's it. I'm done. I can't. Even SimCity Build It, I can't play it anymore. I'm just like, I can't do it. It's not worth my time anymore.
Do real things.
Yeah, like make podcasts.
Speaking to the echo chamber, yeah.
Yeah. Oh well. I mean, it's got to be productive. You don't want to be.
Oh yeah.
I want to be productive. I hope that people do find this podcast useful. At least some of the things that I say, and I mean, even
I'm certainly enjoying it.
Chit-chatting and learning things. Hey, I'm asking you about being a father, but that's because there's people our age. A lot of them are fathers. A lot of them are parents.
Oh, really?
So, and you know, we did agree to get together today to talk about all the music that we had made many years ago, and I'm looking at the stuff that we made. I have 4. Did you guys download all of these albums here?
I've got
I think
the Bandcamp page ready to go.
Okay, so we got what? We got the Jelly Bean single, we got Life After, and then we've got Ciaira's Tears live, January 10th, 2003, and then live
I'm not
May
on
10th,
any of those.
2003.
I'm not on any of those live
two.
ones.
You're on the
No,
first.
no,
You're
I
on
was
the
talking
live
to you.
ones, no.
I don't know.
You're on the first 2, and 2 of your songs are on Life After. The other 2, those are the live ones. But you were there for you released the album. I remember that.
Yeah,
so
well, I'm there for that one and Jelly Bean, but the other 2 I wasn't.
You were there for the important stuff. And then after that,
I mean, you kind of were because we didn't really write much with the other guy.
yeah.
And if I remember correctly, the one thing we did really write with him, I basically wrote the bass line for him. So as far as I'm concerned, you were there.
Right.
The John Lennon move.
And then he sends us threatening messages over Facebook after. Like, okay, right. Wow.
Oh.
But so we have 4 downloads, and everybody, I will put these links on the show notes to this episode, which is episode 16 of my podcast, 16th installation. We'll see if it's still going in 10 years' time, Mr. Old Man. What will be it in 10 years' time? What do you think will be? There's blogs 10 years ago, podcast today. What's in 10 years?
Holocasts.
What casts?
Holocasts, where you can watch them holographically in front of you.
Oh man!
I think in 10 years people will have conversations and read newspapers.
Full cycle. Oh man,
absolutely.
Did you try this thing? It's called a newspaper. Look, you can't get distracted by anything, and no one's screaming or shouting at you when you're like trying.
Yeah, wouldn't it be nice?
Yeah, and you can't scroll.
It
You
was
actually
just
have
the
to
news?
open it.
Yeah.
Whoa! And it's still
But the
mostly
news
relevant.
is all fake, man. You're just falling in for their bias.
You know, and I was reading the Chinese newspaper the other day, and I looked at this going, we know what this is. And in Russia, it'd be the same. But in the United States, it's no different. I can't justify reading the news for anything other than learning a language. That's it. Because the vocabulary that they use in it, it's repetitive enough that you can learn those words. So you can pick up a newspaper like once a month, maybe once every couple of months, and read it, and then learn like a certain amount of vocabulary, and then move on. You don't. It's other than that, newspapers are practically useless. But let's see. We have 4 recordings. You guys knew each other for quite a while before we met. All 3 of us got together. Now we
When did
talked
meet?
about
grade 6.
Grade 6. Yeah.
Madame Berthelez.
That's grade 7.
you guys.
I was in Dean Wright's class in grade 6.
Oh, right.
Wow.
Right. I was in Mr. Muir Meredith's.
Yeah.
That is a wild grade 6, and you're now all in your 40s, which means
Do you want a great story? I'll
Almost
give you a great story.
30 years ago.
For the podcast. I remember going into grade 7. So we were in the same classroom. We were at the back of the class. You sat behind me.
I remember
there was a weekend where I had to choose between buying the new Metallica album or the new Bon Jovi album. And this man harassed me to no end that I had no idea what I was talking about, and Bon Jovi was garbage, and I should sure as shit better buy that Metallica album.
And so what did you buy?
I bought them both.
Yes.
Which Metallica album was that? Kill 'Em All?
That was Black.
Well, that's 1992, isn't it?
I know, I was kind of making fun of your age, but
I see what you're saying. Yeah, nice joke there. Nice.
Black album. I remember when that came out.
And yes. I was walking through Co-op Foods. This was like 3 weeks ago. And you know what song came on and made me think of you, Mr. Firmenuk?
What's that?
After the Rain by Nelson. This man was relentless on me, making fun of this song, After the Rain by Nelson. And in retrospect, he was justified 100%.
You know, a lot of songs from that time period have come back, and we're recognizing them as classics, right? Like
That is not one of them.
And Africa and stuff. Yeah, that's never, ever, ever going to have a resurgence. Nelson is done.
Yeah.
I'd be very surprised if anyone listening to this knows who that is.
I was actually surprised that I heard it in a Save on Foods. I'm like, someone really dug deep on that, or in a co-op.
That's crazy. Yeah.
So wait a minute, you meant grade 6. You weren't buying the Metallica album when you were in grade 6, were you?
I had a Metallica album in grade 6. I bought it when it was new as a birthday present for my dad.
Which one did you
buy? I had the tape. Black Album in summer of '91 because my dad had a Guns N' Roses tape and that we used to listen to together, and Use Your Illusion was supposed to come out, but it didn't. It was delayed or something, or it was coming soon, and I thought it would be there.
Guns N' Roses thing delayed? No.
Yeah, but they hadn't set that reputation just yet.
One anyway.
Yeah.
Well,
did you guys go to that tour? The Metallica, they toured with GNR as well that year.
They didn't go to Winnipeg though.
Oh snap! I know. Metallica
I saw GNR in '92 though.
Yeah.
Was that '92?
I think so. I think it was '92. Yeah, when I went to see Metallica, because I think it was Guns N' Roses. Yeah, I think it was '92 in January. I think.
Yeah,
Guns
you
N'
had
Roses.
the guy pass out next to you.
The
guy passed out next to you.
Why was he? Because he's drunk, obviously. I mean, and
because
that
he was at a Guns N' Roses
future.
concert. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was 12 years old with my dad.
But
wondering why the ladies didn't have any shirts on while they were serving Axl Rose drinks on the stage.
Funny. When I saw Guns N' Roses 2017 at the stadium, I was sitting beside a dad and his 14-year-old daughter. I'm like, do you know who these people are? And she's like, no idea. My dad likes them. I'm like, but these guys are famous. And she's like, I'm going to switch spots with my dad now. Guns N' Roses is the only band that I have seen on 3 different continents. 2 different continents.
Wow.
2 continents, sorry, because, many different cities. Winnipeg, Seoul, South Korea, and Hong Kong. And I wanted to go to Taiwan, but I couldn't get them. I couldn't fly there in time. But yeah, it's one of the bands that I've seen around the world. No other band I've done that with. Not even Metallica.
That's awesome.
I've only seen in Winnipeg and Montreal.
That's awesome. I saw Tori Amos in the States and in Denmark. That's all I've ever seen in 2 different places.
How many bands like that are still going around? I mean, one of the funny things about sitting down with you guys today and like talking about the music, or we're going to talk about sort of the stuff that we've made before, is that there aren't too many survivors. I mean, of all the dreams that we had of being big rock stars and making it as professional musicians, which is basically what a rock star is, a professional musician of a kind.
Yeah.
The history is littered with the bodies of all of the ideas. I talked to Jake Satcher a couple months ago, and he used to play in Serrated Scalpel, and they are still like some of the gods of the Winnipeg metal scene. But even they play once or twice a year, and they're all doing other jobs. The one other band that is still sort of functional is Trousermouth. Do you remember those guys?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Oh,
I saw
love
you were
the
posting about
Trousermouth
Trousermouth,
boys.
yeah.
I mean, I saw them in Japan. So they're actually, after Guns N' Roses, Trousermouth is the only other band that I've seen on in multiple locations.
That's the way it should be. Those are the bands you should be seeing in
Yeah.
multiple places. Seeing Guns N' Roses
Trousermouth.
and Metallica's on multiple continents, like, yeah, they're worldwide recording artists, right? You
That's
happen to
still
be in the
cool.
right place at the right time. You
It's
can go
still
see
cool.
them. But getting to see like this trash bar band on 2 different continents, that is something to be
Yeah,
proud
that's
of.
really something. Yeah.
And we played with them back in the day. I mean, those
Yeah.
shows, when
Remember
we
that.
played with them, that was like, it was usually at the Royal Albert. And this is why I was asking you about how the music scene is in Winnipeg right now, Mr. Barry, because like a lot of those bars that we used to play at are gone.
They're gone.
But
Right.
they only shut down a few years ago, like 5-6 years ago. It wasn't a
Well-
long time ago.
The Royal Albert's in the process of getting back.
Is it?
It became Alicia's Progy place for a while because Alicia's closed out.
Oh no!
wow.
North End.
People
Yeah, the
don't
one in
like
the North
Ukrainian
End closed,
food?
but they reopened at the Albert, but they couldn't keep up with demand, so now they're trying to find out something else to do.
So
Oh, okay.
so it's a good thing that they closed that
They
location.
just moved.
Okay.
Yeah, well, they were closed because the family didn't want to do it anymore, and then finally someone came up. It's a long story; it doesn't really matter. But
Does
Winnipeg. We have
matter.
pierogies.
For
Don't
those
worry.
who
There's Mama's
don't
making
know,
pierogies somewhere in Winnipeg.
Alicia's makes some very good Ukrainian food. It's not just pierogies; they make a lot of different
They do.
Ukrainian food in Winnipeg. And Winnipeg has
Kovacic?
a staunchly proud Ukrainian community.
Oh.
Like
Of which-
I was
which
even
one?
thinking, like, look, if I were to make a band again, and I wanted to do stuff similar to what we did, I don't even know where we'd play. The Cavern. That's about the only place I can think of.
Yeah.
Like the Zoo is gone, the Albert's gone, Wellington's is gone, Studs is gone.
Wellington's was never there. I mean, that might have been for you
mean-
guys because you're slightly older than me and you would have had that exposure to that bar. But that bar was on and off every time when I was
Yep.
booking shows. Like it was never
we-
consistently
D Machine.
open. D Machine
Played
again.
Wellingtons with you, though.
But we
Yeah, you
did,
played
but
Wellingtons.
it was like, is Wellington's
With 6
going to be
people.
open at that time? Right. And it wasn't like,
yeah.
we're going to Wellington's this weekend. It's like, is it open this weekend? It was at that
Right.
point of the evolution of that bar. Yeah, it was a little bit there or not there. We never knew. It was like the Royal Albert was always open. Same with the Zoo. The Zoo,
Yeah.
we played once, like on a Thursday night or something. I can't remember, but that was a while.
Did we only play once at the
Yeah,
zoo?
there's new venues that have popped up, like the Handsome Daughter.
Is that a
another
venue?
place.
I just had breakfast there once.
Yeah, it's a U shape. So they have a venue
Oh, okay.
over on the one side, and then they do the restaurant
Oh,
on the other
okay.
side.
Yeah.
West End's still around. So I've seen my
Well, yeah,
nephew
but
play
West
there.
End's not. West End is like if you're a proper band. I mean, we played there.
Park Theater.
We played there.
Park Theater is another good one.
Park Theater didn't start until 2005, 2006,
Yeah.
until much later. So we never played that. But that one's a great idea because that did have the whole separate elements of one location. Like you had the stage, you had the bar back there. The other guy who had a great idea was the Academy Coffee Company that we played to a few times.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
but
they
he
just
never-
changed into
Yeah,
a chain restaurant.
it's not the same guy. It's not the same guy.
No,
he sold
it's a
out.
chain restaurant
Like
now.
literally, he closed
The
that bar
local.
years ago. But the Park
Yeah.
Theater was a great idea because it had all those different elements that they could do sort of multi-functions, and it had this sort of grunge feel to it, but also it had the popularity. You weren't afraid to go to it like the Royal Albert, but you also weren't like, oh, this is like a big league show like the West End, and it wasn't like too off-putting for families either, right? So it was very good mid-range. It ticked all the boxes.
And you could do
At
other
least many
stuff
boxes.
there. They used to do. You could do theater there. Like you could do
Movies, everything.
multi-use
So
venue. Yeah.
they've upgraded the stage quite a bit, but they do a lot of cult movie nights, or at least they used to.
Park Theater.
Yeah, so they'd have like Rocky Horror Picture Show night and The Room night, and they actually have a Big Lebowski night, like an annual Big Lebowski night that sells
Right on.
out like minutes after it releases, right? Like everybody shows up in bathrobes and stuff like that.
Right. Phantom of the Paradise.
So, yep,
Talking about Winnipeg. I mean,
yeah.
Right. So since you guys have known each other for so long, and I'm just looking at the track listing here for the Jelly Bean single that we originally put out on cassette. many, many, many years ago with the foolish idea that, oh, if we just leave the cassette lying around, people are going to take it and listen to it. No, they throw it in the garbage. That's what they do. And it was 20 minutes long each side. 2 tracks, 4 tracks total. Jelly Bean single, that was studio recorded. Happiness Eats, which is a guitar and bass solo. El Canal, which was recorded with Adam Wong on drums.
Nope.
And,
Clint Wong. Clint Wong and Adam Brooks.
Clint Wong. And Adam, sorry, who?
Adam Brooks.
Adam Brooks. Okay, so Clint Wong and Adam Brooks. And then the last one is the Changing String Jam Part 1. That was recorded at the Rogues Gallery, if I remember correctly.
Rogues Gallery!
And that was, let's see, Rogues Gallery on August 18th, 2000. That song that track is literally 2,000 years old, 20 years old.
2,000 years old. Is that version of Alcanal, is that the one from the other tape? Like, is it the same one if those guys are on it, Steve? Like,
yes.
Is that...
Because you guys gave me that tape, and I just ripped it from there.
You ripped it, okay.
Clint Wong, Adam Brooks,
that's lost to history.
Clint Wong's basement. That's where it was recorded.
Is it really quiet on the Bandcamp site?
It could be. I don't know. I downloaded them, and I can listen to them. Happiness Eats.
Am I supposed to be listening to those now?
Happiness Eats is very quiet. Steve, I can try to send it to you. I've been trying to send it to you, but it doesn't want to.
Well, I got the Bandcamp thing. I can do it.
Okay.
Happiness Eats
is very very quiet in general. It doesn't. You have to turn up the volume very, very loud. I thought that was you, Mr. Barry, being all schmimily cleverly. It's like, I'll put this track really quiet, so then when the next song starts,
I needed to fill space, and I wrote a song, and I didn't do a lot of work on it.
No,
is it time? Are we playing them?
Not just okay. Let's because this is stupid me. How can I do this? I wonder if I can do that way. I don't know. Is it going to do that? So let's pop that into there. We'll see if that does anything. I don't know. All right. Given the challenges and the fun of international broadcasting, I actually have no idea of how to play this so you guys can listen to it and comment it as we go along. But I figured instead of just playing the tracks whole, we'd go through it and comment on whatever's sort of interesting in the track as we go along. And then if people want to download them in full, I will put the links to the songs on the show notes for this website. And there, of course, these songs are all available on Bandcamp for free, or you can donate money to us because we're all gainfully employed anyway right now. So not that we won't say yes to a couple dollars, but they are available for download on Bandcamp. There's 4 albums total. And yeah, so let's start with Happiness Eats. I mean, may as well.
Yeah, I'd like to save Jelly Bean until we get to the actual.
I was going to go by order, so we're going to start with the Jelly Bean single. We'll start with track 2 because the Jelly Bean single itself was actually recorded much later in our history after I had joined the band, and that was our first studio recording in general. My first studio appearance as well, and that song was actually done as part of a demo for your recording class, right there, Mr. Baria.
No, my class did serrated. No, my class did like ham.
Oh, ham.
And then we went and did. We were the recording band for the next class after us.
Right, and that's how we met Burnbox and all those guys.
Yes,
right.
Correct. Yeah.
It's amazing to me that we just missed like Pro Tools and stuff. Like 2 years later,
ours was done in Pro Tools.
But I mean, like, you could do it at home, right? Like suddenly,
yeah.
You didn't have to book out a studio for thousands of dollars to record a thing. You could get it like at least a shitty demo that was half decent, just like 2 years later, right? Like,
yeah. Okay, but to be fair with that, nowadays it's super cheap to make it. But then why do you want to pay to see someone, who has recorded on their iPhone, right? But the iPhone's able to do that. The greatest thing and the worst thing about all this technology is that it's made it so much more accessible. It's so much cheaper, so much easier for everyone to publish. There's no excuse not to be publishing, even for us. But at the same time, it's like there's so much choice. It's hard. Yeah. It's hard to stand out. I don't know if there can be that same sort of sustained attraction to one band. Like, there's not going to be a popularity anymore. It's
Back to the Future. Don't you think? Like, I mean, we need people like there used to be like DJs and like music journalists and stuff to sort of comb through things and go, hey, this is cool. Listen to this, right? Like, there's so much out there that somebody needs to, or we need to have a few people we trust to kind of like help shepherd those things along. I feel like maybe.
Yeah, and who is it? I mean, who is it? These people. Is it these teenage influencers on Instagram? They don't have any music.
It's an algorithm that tells you to here. You like that? Try this, right? Like it's an AI robot.
That's not a bad thing, though.
Okay, so to me,
not necessarily. No.
Okay, here's the thing. So to me, like, because I've started writing again, but to me, the fact that the democratization of creating music and creating art, like being able to do this off of your iPhone. I think, to me, like, back when we recorded this stuff, I would be okay with good enough. Now, because there's so much out there, good enough isn't good enough anymore. To me, right? Like, anybody can do good enough on their iPhone. Right. You need to stand out. Like, okay, mock me all you want for what I'm about to say, but the new Taylor Swift album is spectacular.
Taylor Swift's a genius.
Yes, but what's spectacular about her? She tells beautiful stories. She's a very great storyteller. Yeah. And the reason I love that album, this T Swift album, is she's recorded it entirely during the lockdown. Home,
right? Like the one with the National and stuff, like that recent one, Folk Tales or whatever it's called.
Folk Tales. She's recorded all of this at home. Produced it at home, done all the mastering all herself at home. I mean, with help from people that she pays, obviously, because she has those people at her disposal. But it's a spectacularly done album. Like, it sounds like something that was overly produced from 5 years ago, and this is something that she's done herself at home during a lockdown. Right? She has privileges that most other artists don't have, but I don't care what kind of funds and privilege you have. If you can't write a good song, you can't write a good song.
It's absolutely true. Yeah.
So yeah, good enough isn't good enough anymore. Like, it's one of the reasons why I've had a roadblock when my music is that when I released the first 3 or 4 tracks that I put up on my Bandcamp, it was good enough to say, I've made these and I'm back in it and I'm doing it. But that's not good enough for me anymore, right? Now I want the tracks that I make and release to actually give me some kind of feeling before I release them. And I don't get that from what I'm writing. I get it from what I listen to, but I don't get it from what I'm writing. And that's a bridge I haven't figured out how to cross yet. And it's frustrating. It's fucking frustrating. Because I want to cross that bridge.
For all of that, I would say, but it's expected that you're releasing music that means something. But my idea has always been, it shouldn't have to be that I have to get there. It's that here's all the stuff I've been working on. This is stuff I'm finally willing to release because I have time to sit down and make it sound good enough. So I don't have to think about this anymore. Part of the stuff that I release is like, I don't want to think about this. Like, whenever I press publish on a blog post, like, I'm done. Yeah. I can't think about this anymore. Mm-hmm. I'm not proofreading. I'm not fact checking anymore. If they hate me for it, great. Go ahead. Don't care. Good enough. Goodbye.
Well, that's the artistic process, right? Like, you do the thing and then you're done and then you move on, right? Like, if you keep polishing the same like little stone to try to make it into a diamond, like that's not going to work. Right. You just keep going. You just keep going. You just keep going. You know?
Yeah, but there's a point too where you say you cut your losses, right? Like, I've worked on this song for 2 weeks and I am not finding the thing in this song that is making me believe it can elevate. So it's saying, you know what? This idea isn't going to do it. And maybe, you know what, maybe some of the ideas I have, I could give to someone else and they could say this idea is beautiful and wonderful and they can take
that
it. To me, it's not hurting me, right?
And I don't know if you've seen this post that I've retweeted several times. James Altucher went on about this. You know, if you want to be an idea, if you've ever lost a job or anything like that, or if you ever stuck in a rut, the one thing that you should do is write down 10 ideas every day and just do it. And once you have those ideas down, you give them away. And this, in terms of music, I don't know why you haven't done this yet, Mr. Baria. I mean, if you're so stuck in a rut, just print the 10 ideas that you have, and then let other people play around with them. And then that way you're getting you have that cathartic release and whatever. But you're publishing, you just 10 ideas, go. And I've done it for drumming as well. Part of, like, during this quarantine, I was posting workouts. That was part of the idea, just 10 ideas for workouts. Go, that's it. And just get it out there so you're not thinking about it anymore and that you're able to move on to the next thing.
So, okay, I'm gonna paint an example here. Today, one of my coworkers, who I know is gonna listen to this podcast, so hi, Mike, he was asking me for some new music, some new stuff to listen to. I just introduced him to Godspeed You Black Emperor, which is, there's no way I could ever make anything as good as Godspeed You Black Emperor myself, right? Because the whole point of Godspeed You Black Emperor is that they are a collective, right?
Yes,
like that's
kind of a large,
right?
Yeah,
they're a 9-person collective. I'm never gonna make Godspeed You Black Emperor, right? So he was asking me other bands I liked, and I found a live video of the band Mono from Japan doing a song called Halcyon, and it's a phenomenal track. Like, the recorded version is beautiful. There's a great version they do with an orchestra that's even better. But I found this live track, and it was just the 4 of them. And it's got this beautiful beginning, a lot of reverb, a lot of post-rock, ambient feel to it. And then there's this one point in the song at about 5 minutes in where it's the equivalent of an EDM drop, right? There's just this moment where, and watching it live on a YouTube clip, like, the moment hits and the lights on the stage blow up, and, like, the guitarist is just, like, his head is down and he's owning the moment, and I'm listening to it going, that's what I can't find. That moment, I can't seem to find a way to find that moment in what I'm doing. Go
back to what they were like 20 years ago. Whenever I face that, I know what you're talking about.
Album.
Well, you're fucked. You're done.
Yeah, right?
No, they have earlier recorded. The second album,
yeah.
I mean, that's like saying, oh, well, look at all the smartest guy in the room, and then it turns out, he's 40 or 45. You're going, well, he's lived so much more life. There's a lot before that second album was made, and I'm sure you can find it. But, like, even Stephen King, when you read some of his earlier works, you're going, there's nothing really spectacular about this other than it's like it holds you. It's really good. But I mean, some of his earlier stuff is just like normal stories, as if you're sitting down to having a conversation just like this, and he's just telling you about this day that, this fog came into town and killed a whole bunch of people. I'm like, whoops, whatever. So what did you do on the weekend, sort of thing?
You can't be too precious with it, I don't think. Like, I mean, what I do is I teach people how to do this kind of stuff, right? Like, that's kind of like, that's what we do in class, right? Is we work on creation. A lot of it is just like working with people that are teenagers that are coming from all different sort of points of view and views of themselves and views of how it is to work and what creativity is. And a lot of it is just clearing the garbage out of the way, right? Like, okay, get out of your way, get out of your way, get out of your own way, get out of your way. Just do the thing. Don't just do the thing. No, stop it. Just do the thing. Just do the thing. Okay, and it's done. Next thing. Now done. Next thing. Done. Next thing. Like, the doing is the thing, right? Not the finishing. It's the doing, right? But
you're talking as well you're talking about theater, which is also a collective, right? Like, we're gonna get to this when we talk about Jellybean, because I have actually re-listened to the album and I have notes about all these different spots, so I was gonna bring this up again. But in Jellybean, there's a moment where we all drop, but I don't know if you guys remember this, but that wasn't originally in the song.
No, that was because Steve, stop playing now.
Yeah,
okay,
well, it was because that drop came from, that was the good place to come in back after the bridge when we were practicing. So we would stop dead and come right back into that would be my cue that we're going into this next part is I would say doomed for failure, but we didn't want to play that whole part. And then all of a sudden it was like, well, actually this drop where I do that doom for failure worked out really good, but that's because like I don't want to admit this, but at the same time I have to admit it. I find those moments when I'm working with other people, so trying to do it myself, I can't find those moments. And it's very frustrating to me. Very frustrating. Like it's
I think you're holding up on trying to be a perfectionist, and I've seen this happen on so many people where they're like, "Oh, well, I can't do this because I can't do that because." Like, no, publish the damn thing. Just press print. That's it. As Mr. Fermi just said, you got to do it. And the reason with the whole 10 ideas, for me, like I just create 10 drum ideas and then I leave them, and then I might revisit them and build on them later, but I won't sit there for 2 weeks working on anything anymore. It's not. Yeah, but I feel like worth it.
I feel like a lot of the stuff that I have, because I have a lot of stuff that is sitting in unfinished space, and I think there's only one track that I feel is
start publishing. I have the individual tracks of the track,
right? But they feel like one act plays, and that's the problem. Is that they don't have. I want them to. I feel like they're unfinished. It's not that I want them to be perfected. I think that there's more there that's not there. Right?
I think you're overthinking it. How about this? Maybe. Why not for this episode? You go ahead and you pick out one of your acts, and I'll put it on the website. You just put it up as it is, and we can link it, and then people can troll you on Twitter for it afterwards.
Do that.
I mean,
do that.
You talk about overthinking. Just go for it.
I'll do it. Okay, I'll give you one. Yeah. No,
wait a minute. Whoa. Totally was that what you were looking for us to do? This whole idea, you're just setting this up, weren't you? Oh, bravo, Mr. Baria.
Yeah.
You are a thespian beyond thespianic abilities. Look at that.
Mike, when he listens to this, he's going to give me shit about this, and he's going to be like, "See, that's what it took to finally get you to release something." Like
being on a podcast.
I don't want to. I don't want to give you guys any of these tracks, but
that's exactly what podcast shaming. We're going to hashtag it podcast shaming. And hey, make it a thing. Everyone who has anything that been holding back on, hashtag podcast shame and publish it already. Get it out there.
Absolutely.
Hashtag podcast shame. You know what?
Tag me as well at Steven Searski.
I would absolutely love to see other people post anything at all. Yeah, hell, even dick pics. I don't care. You copy Steve. What is it at Steven Searski?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Fuzzy Steve with 3 Zs. You tag both of us. You put that hashtag podcast shaming. I guarantee you, I will give you my ear, my eyes, my whatever, and I will give you whatever you want. So
he will give you an opening, especially if you.
I will give you an. I will give you an opening.
It was right there. It was right there, and that's how people get in trouble when they say things on podcasts. Furman, you're not on Twitter, are you?
No, I'm not.
If you are, then your account is not used. As if I'm correct.
I will also promise everyone that I will make sure he has to look at them too.
To me, yeah. I have my ways.
Oh, well, okay, so then speaking of all these unfinished projects and everything, I think it might be difficult to play and stop the tracks, but going through Happiness Eats, this sort of guitar bass, is there bass in this song?
No.
I don't have any idea. I don't remember this at all. And I didn't listen to these before because I started and I was like, I was having like reactions and I was like, no, I think I want to have them. Like I wanted to remember it through because it's been a while. I've played them for people. Like it's not like I haven't listened to them too recently, but not with this like dissection in mind. So I was like, and I don't remember that track. I haven't listened to. I don't have that the Jelly Bean single anymore. I don't know where it is.
I'm trying to send it to you, but it's not letting me send you anymore. I don't. Let's try this again. But yeah, you can download them as well. Also, okay, Jelly Bean single, Happiness.
But I can just play it off SoundCloud.
Yeah. Is it on SoundCloud?
Yeah.
Why is it on SoundCloud? Why is it
Sorry,
on SoundCloud?
Bandcamp. Those things are the same, aren't they? I don't know. I'm 40 years old. Don't expect me to know stuff. But can I play it on my iPhone that I'm also talking to you on?
It might interfere with your sound afterwards, though. I'm not sure.
Right.
I mean, we don't have to put too much time into Happiness Eats.
Well, am I playing on it?
No.
Okay.
Happiness Eats, I recorded. I can tell you exactly where. I got a little 4-track Foscam recorder. I got my hands on one, and I was playing with it with some of my dad's old surgical cassette tapes. And I was just, I mean, at the time, I just learned about echo and reverb, and hey, look at this cool stuff I can do with echo and reverb and stuff. And at the time, I mean, when did we release Jelly Bean Signal? 2002? Like, at the time, it was like, oh yeah, cool, I'm playing with reverb and blah, 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 blah.
And so that's this whole intro part. You're just playing around with reverb the entire time.
Yeah. So if you look at what post-rock has become now, right? Like, I was touching on what
You
post-rock
invented
has become. Yeah, like in 2002.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, I'm not saying I invented post-rock, but...
Well, I mean, there's something to be said about, you know, you had this idea that became popularly known as post-rock, and it's certainly possible. And I've always thought of myself, you know, I'm at the forefront. The problem is that, you know, you can be at the forefront of something, but then it's like, do you have what it takes to release it? And do you have what it takes to put up with the reaction, the negative reaction that you're going to get from it? Because if you are on the forefront, people are going to be like, oh, no, that sounds normal. That's not what I like to hear. But then all of a sudden, a year later, everyone's listening to it. So you might have the greatest idea, but it might be very difficult for you to actually sustain it yourself. It's not an easy process to go through. So I am listening to this track
now.
here. Well, now you can, after, you know, 40 years spinning around the sun and having enough people shit on you and your ideas for that long. It takes a while to develop that thick skin, though.
Yes, absolutely.
Furman, are you listening to this track just yet? Because I'm listening to it.
I'm getting my...
I have it playing in the background here. How many guitar layers are on this track here, Mr. Baria?
It was a 2-track. It's only 2.
So how many takes did it take? Just one?
2.
Or are you just making shit up? Like,
around.
Is that what it was?
I was just making shit up on the spot.
Look at you doing that. Why don't you do that anymore?
You know, and this is exactly what I was... Thank you, Furman. Exactly. 2 tracks. How long did it take you to write this song? 2 tracks, 2 goes, and it's published. And here, 20 years later, we're talking about it. 26 years, probably, because this is even predates Ciara's Tears. I mean, ladies, gentlemen, children of all ages, this is what you need to be doing, publishing.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're totally right. You won't get any argument from me whatsoever.
What's changed since then? Since you recorded this in your guitar playing? Because this is two tracks, just you in a room. I mean, what's changed? I mean, you got a room now. You got a guitar. What's changed?
Yeah, I'll tell you what's changed. My when I wrote this stuff, or when I recorded, I mean, I don't even know how much writing was actually involved in this, but when I wrote this stuff, it was a matter of, look what I'm doing. Like, I'm just doing something. Like, this is great. I'm doing something. But now I feel like just doing something isn't enough anymore. I need to have a purpose, an emotion, and a movement behind it. Like, I'll sit on my couch and play my guitars, no problem, and come up with some neat little riffs and stuff. And I actually sat down and tried to write an actual song last week and stopped that one real quick.
Why?
My voice is not what it used to be. My singing voice. It made me very unhappy. I will go and do that again. Enough. Yeah, I will go back and do it again, but in the moment it hurt my feelings.
A lot of the modern pop stars can't sing either, and that hasn't stopped them. So you do you, Mr. Baria. You don't let your voice stand in the way of any success. You just record it and then you post-produce it.
Yeah. You're talking like there isn't an auto-tune thing.
When we did Jelly Bean, they tried to auto-tune me, and I shut Paul down real quick. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Really, like, Joel told me a great thing once, was just like, just write a simple song, just make it 2 chords, and you're good to go. And I'm
talking with Joel Marion.
Yeah.
It's true. Write a simple song.
Yeah, but then it's like, okay, I did the simple song. I can do a simple song. I can do
a simple song. Do it.
Right?
Do it.
I do it and then go, okay, great. So I proved I can walk. Whoop-de-doo, right? I always knew I could walk. That's not a problem. I can walk, right? It's when I try to run that I just keep tripping over my own feet.
So why does this song cut off so abruptly?
Because it ran out of tape.
Oh, it ran out of tape. Limitations of space. So it's a 5-minute track total. So why was it a 5-minute tape then? What tape were you using?
So on that track, there's actually another. I wish I could find it. I honestly really wish I could find it. I had another track on that same cassette tape. So because this was a 2-track, old cassette tapes, old man's gonna teach you guys some stuff about cassette tapes right now. So on cassette tapes, there's 2 tracks. There's a left and a right, right? But there's 2 tracks going one way, and there's 2 tracks going the other way. So most cassette players that you guys know of that you would use, or even cassette players now today, when the tape is going one way, it will only read one side. But a trick that people would use is they would actually record to all 4. So left, right going this way, left, right going the other way. You would use all 4 as a way to get 4 tracks out of a single cassette tape. So this is what this little Tascam recording box had. I could get it to read both sides. So on the first half of this tape, it was a medical procedure cassette tape that my dad had. I think it was about 10 minutes on each side, discussing how to perform an operation on an ankle. And so the first 5 minutes of that cassette tape, I actually have this really cool, I wish I could find this. It's got this really cool beat that I had made on one track using whatever I found in the room with a guitar line under it, but then also under it was the reversed description of this ankle procedure going underneath
cool.
it.
That's
you had
cool.
this like, and I would fade that in and out and pan it left and right as I was re-recording. It was fantastic. No idea where it is.
Well, probably not, but he probably heard the idea.
Maynard,
not
Maynard. Adam Jones and I, we used to hang out.
Scene, whatever it was. But yeah, well, that'd be neat to hear. Good luck finding the original.
If I could find it, man, I tell you,
so
I would post that thing so quick.
An early
it was fantastic.
Guitar track by Mr. Baria done in his room when he was, 16 years old? Wow, that's a long time ago. Okay, next up, Alkanol.
Probably.
Alkanol.
Probably.
Early demo from the Jelly Bean single.
Fuck you.
Talk about recording.
Oh man, that do we even want to talk about Alkanol now or leave it to?
No, because we gotta hear.
Well, I was gonna say let's leave it to the life after, where you can actually hear the audio.
This is so brutal. Distorted.
Well, okay. Well, let's talk about Adam Brooks then. Let's talk about Clint Wong. Who are these people?
Yeah. On that same 4-track cassette tape.
Isn't that Adam's guitar?
It is Adam's guitar.
Like
yes,
he was playing fuzzed out Nirvana stuff. Like it was like 2-chord, 3-chord stuff that he was just like.
But this sounds like you guys. This actually sounds like
too. That didn't help.
Modern music. Plugins are made to make this type of music now. And here you guys just recorded it as it was. But this song is also so short. It's only 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I think we made it a lot longer later on without the jamming portion. I mean, it was. It was extended in some place. The thing I remember about this song, because this was one of the first songs, I almost consider this to be a cover song of sorts, because it was the first time when you gave me that tape, and we were going to play at the Blue Note, the first show back in September 1990, whatever it was, and I had to learn this song. And so this is the first time I ever had to copy or learn what another drummer had done. So it was my first exposure to actually becoming a step closer to being a studio drummer. And I loved the whole intro. He does it longer here, I think. The whole, but then he goes into the drum beat, and it's simple, but it works for what the song is, and trying to keep all the timings. And of course, I think we all remember how well I kept time as a young drummer, and then also the pacing of the song and everything. But I consider this to be a cover song for me because I was copying what Clint was playing, and like, I've never met Clint. Have I ever met Clint? I don't know if I've actually ever. Oh, stupid universities, right? But yeah, so I never met him.
I think you went off to
I never got to thank him
high school.
for making this track that basically was my introduction to playing other people's music. And then this breakdown.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question. I can't believe. Yeah, the breakdown's cool. My question was like, did I also learn this as a cover song? Is that what's his face's bass line in here?
No.
Did I come up with this bass? Am I just following your guitar? Okay.
Yeah, because Donan didn't like the song.
But you guys still used to play it, though.
That's
didn't
why
you?
the song is
He didn't.
the song is short because it
Really?
gets cut off,
Okay.
I think.
No.
I thought this was the only holdover.
The songs that with the version that we did later on was the full version.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm just following
And
your
then-
guitar in there, I think. So
Okay, so all right, you want to move on to the next?
And this is
Right,
you and me.
So changing string jam is track number 4 on the Jelly Bean
Changing string
single.
jam? Yeah.
Yeah.
Queuing that up. This one's a lot louder. Okay.
I love this jam. This is one of my favorites.
Not a lot longer. It's only a minute and a half.
And you can hear the strings
this was
getting banged around there.
the Cersei Burnick
This
until my
song
string
stands
got
out for me because we were playing this at the Rose Gallery, and this is after.
Yeah. Clinky
Well,
clink.
we learned later on that we got blacklisted from the Blue Note for playing too loud, maybe because of a new drummer that had just joined the band. Yeah,
It's not a very large place.
The Rose
I mean,
Gallery.
I
was where
kind of,
had
in
to buy
retrospect,
these
see what
bamboo
Carrie Christian was
sticks.
thinking.
And this changing string jam is like you could hear the bamboo sticks that you and me are playing with, that I'm playing with, and you're playing on bass there. But this is just us jamming. It's just your typical.
Yeah.
Hey, play something. Okay. Boom.
Yeah. I think it's an important moment in a young musician's career or life when you just gotta like, oh shit, we got nothing and we gotta do something because all the people are looking at us, so we're just gonna, and the ability to slide into that with Steve too, like just
you're
playing it
you've
cool,
got
like
some chops going on.
I think that's important to me. I'm playing it like a guitar, but I think I had a little bit of there's an Alice in Chains guitar solo in there that I modified a little bit or was playing around with once I ran out of things. But I was just grooving, and like I think the bamboo sticks. Now that you mentioned it, I had forgotten those were bamboo sticks that you were playing there. Like it's a nice other side, I think. That we could all three of us do different kinds of stuff, right? Like there's a lot of angles and sides. Like I think the Alice in Chains reference is apt, like where they could go sort of full on into this beautiful acoustic stuff with all these layers and interesting things, and then just rock it out, right? Like I think we. If we kept doing stuff, I think there would have been lots of like
even
layers
with Happiness
and
East and
evolutions.
Changing string jam, I think, is one of the things that a lot of people commented on in our live shows later on. Was that like we were actually very good with our jamming, like our musicality, our instrumentation was actually very good. It was when we were trying to write songs that people were kind of like, okay,
Sure,
they weren't bad. It was just that our
gonna...
strength was our musicality together.
I was just going to point out, like.
Sure.
Well, and I was going to point out, like, what? We got pink napkins. We've got alkanol.
No, we did not have fuck.
We
Quarantine
had...
was later.
Fuck.
Quarantine, I think we melded with another jam.
In it?
That wasn't me.
Quarantine
because Alkanol was a song that we would extend with the jam, and then we would go into
that's
pick
right.
the song that we'd go into.
No, but there was another one.
Yeah.
Into Quarantine. Yeah, we go
Mrs. Alexander first.
Yes, Mrs. Alexander. Like we jammed because we were fucking good at it. Like Absolutely. I mean, we weren't great. We were no, jam band masterclass in any way whatsoever. But other than maybe a couple of exceptions,
one of the ideas
I don't think we ever did a jam that I was unhappy with. Right? And even the ones that we we jam in a show and it was kind of not, like, for whatever reason that night it wasn't working, we knew how to pull ourselves out of it and go into the next track and just be like, nope, guys, this is not.
I think
for whatever reason
we should have done more
not
jamming in retrospect.
Let's move on.
It's one of those things that
I thought we were spectacular at that.
Maybe we should have built songs out of it.
That's like, looking back now, I wish we had done the work. And I will take a lot of the blame for this, but to do the work of taking those jams and going, okay, what is a song?
At this point, I'd say no. I think we should have just
fit
recorded
in
more
as a
jams and not ever tried to
breakdown
make
inside of
music
those
out of them,
songs,
like make structured songs, because that's exactly where the thinking comes in, and the perfectionism and the blockage. I think it would have been just like great to have 40 minutes of this, because we did play extended jams all the time, and I wonder how many other people out there from our time are thinking the exact same thing. We're like, had we just done this, played more, just jammed instead of. Because basically the way that a jam works, it's like a conversation rather than a song, which is more like an interview. Like an interview is structured, especially if it's conducted by like a journalist or a reporter or anything like that. But like a jam is much more a conversation back and forth. You meet somebody, and that's why like open jams are also very good. And you meet different people and whatnot. And there is a different sort of conversation going on at that level. But there's no thinking other than I'm listening and I'm reacting, and I'll offer an opinion, and then we'll see how the other person responds to that opinion. And you don't always have to agree. And then I would say actually great jams do agree all the time. They have to, because you're not going to have someone who's like, well, no, I'm not going to play on time. And the other person's like, well, okay, how do I deal with this person who's not playing on time or is not able to play on time?
But the memory I have of our jams that really stick out, like I haven't found this with any other people I've played with, is that within our jams it was so much not just Steve, Mr. F is going to say something musically and I'm going to respond to it, and then you're going to respond to it. I'm pointing to your Zoom screen, which obviously is going to be different for everybody, but it wasn't so much of us passing this improvisation, which was part of it, and that was very important. But what I found with our jams more than that was that if I was working on something and I was trying to get a riff, like in a jam, and I'm like, I know the riff's here and I can almost feel it. And then I would kind of just look up at you two and go, I'm lost. Like I'm not hitting it. I'm not doing it. Something's not right. And then one of you would make an adjustment that would get me out of that rut of holding on to that one thing for too long. And it would be like, well, this thing's not going to work now at all. I got to let go of it and move on to the next idea that's now the new conversation that's happening. Right. And I find so often when I work with jams with people now, we beat the dead horse until it works. Right. I guess what I'm saying is I don't have people that I play with now, well, not now, but the people I play with recently, to tell me, Steve,
that's a lot of
give
what
it up
it is.
and
I mean, just saying, okay,
and
just
move on,
press
right?
Play. Just push the button. Stop thinking about it already. Just do it. All right, so we've gone through the Jelly Bean single, at least through the tracks, and then we come to the title track, which is Jelly Bean, and this one was, again, a song as so many young men wrote back in the day. Do you want me to introduce the song there, Mr. Barry, or would you like to explain?
No, but I'd rather actually run this track off of the Life app. I would rather bunch this
and
track
that's
with
where we
Life
are
After,
now. The Jelly Bean single is
really
that one is that
the recording
is
of it,
done because
I feel that it really
total.
Oh, okay.
I'll put the links up for people to have a listen. You'll listeners, you'll see what I mean, because Jelly Bean single is the first one. That was the song that we were promoting at the time. But then tracks 2, 3, 4 are Happiness Eats Alcohol and Changing String Jam Part 1. And the reason why it's part one is because there's actually a couple, and I think we were those original tapes are some, yeah, but those jams, like there's quite a few of them that would happen.
I broke a lot of strings
just throughout, and my whole goal with recording shows was just to record and not worry so much about editing everything. So that's why there's part one, and part two, part three. I don't know where they are. The original tapes do exist somewhere, but they're not at my easy reach right now. So that is the Jelly Bean single, but then that takes us to the track, the lead off, and that takes us to the EP, which is called Life After, ... And the reason for that is because so many people were basically talking about Jelly Bean all the time that we're like, okay, there's a life after Jelly Bean. There's stuff. We have more stuff than just Jelly Bean. Jelly Bean isn't our only song. There are many more songs. And so it's this album, this EP, where Mr. Firminuk has 2 songs on this track, on this album. And then the other 4, I guess, are written by... No, 2 tracks, yep. And then the other 4 are written by you, Mr. Baria, right? So Jelly Bean, WTF, what is it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cover art?
Do you want to...
Yes,
before
so
we do that, do you want to...
I'll put this up on the show.
Art?
The cover art.
Oh, yeah!
That's you. What is it?
So my sister was she had a problem with drug addiction, and so she needed to go into some therapy, right? So as part of that therapy, we as a family, so I have a very strong family. Because it actually might be a little harder for me to talk about than I actually thought, but. So we have a very strong family. We always looked out for each other. So when Rachel, when my sister went into therapy, they also strongly suggested that we as a family go into therapy as well, and to try and learn how to help someone who's in crisis. So one of the exercises they made us do was basically close our eyes and draw something. And they kind of guided us through it of like what our fear is, what's the thing that sits in the back of your head and scares you. So you had to close your eyes and draw it. So this was my picture, which was a small child standing outside of a black house, with that's a tree on the left side and horribly drawn windows. And considering my eyes were closed, I'm pretty impressed with this drawing because I don't think I could draw this with my eyes open. I don't think I could draw this well with my eyes open. But the one thing to me, I mean, since I'm talking about it, that fence is so ridiculously close to what it looks like in my mind. That jaggedy, pointed, sharp arrows at the top of every rung of that fence. I don't know who the little boy is.
Isn't it the house where you grew up?
Might not be me. It was definitely a little boy, but I don't know what that house is.
You did have a big house.
He is very scared standing in front of the house.
Yeah, I mean,
no,
when I first saw
it,
did you actually draw? You didn't draw this. You inverted the colors. You drew this with a black marker. Yeah. So just so people don't get, it's like, wait a minute.
I did. It was black marker on
everything
white.
except
but
the
I did
white
invert
parts.
It, yeah.
Wow.
But that was the only thing I did was invert it.
You inverted the colors.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good call. Good call.
Yeah. Using the fumes of whiteout,
right?
To
draw
oh
things.
God.
Yeah.
But that was the
whiteout was for sniffing.
Oh, do
not
we
for
have
drawing.
I don't have the inner booklet. That photo, which I don't know if you guys remember which one because it's not part of the package that downloaded here. That photo, you actually can't see anything other than 3 figures.
I do. I
and
love
that's
that photo.
us dressed all cool and goth-like back 20 years ago. And I think, am I on?
It's true.
Your hip, yes, that's right.
I'm not goth-like. I'm
in
wearing
cape
my like
day.
orange leather jacket and my army hat.
Yep.
Yeah.
And nothing's changed.
And my hair looked like it was a bad Robert Smith ripoff.
But that photo is all blurry, and actually the guy who shot it, I don't think he even wants me to mention his name anymore to tell you the truth, was a friend of mine. Yeah, Ruslan doesn't want me to mention his name.
Ruslan doesn't want you to mention his name.
But the reason why he didn't want that.
Look, if I'm dropping my sister's name, I'm dropping his
He
name.
was making a goal of being a proper photographer at the time, and though that role did not turn out, and one of it was sort of a regret. He was like, it doesn't look good. I don't want this to be out there as an example of my work, which is something you fully appreciate. But it's a great photo because it's sort of, I mean, you can identify us, but you can't identify us. I mean, it could have been anybody, but it does fit with the grittiness and the griminess of the front cover as well. So it sort of matches in terms of its presentation. It's in terms of its composition. So, but that the three of us are out there. I think I'm on a dumpster, crouched down. You can, if you look at the photo, you can see me sort of these three black figures by what is a garbage dumpster, which might speak volumes about what it was. But anyway, it's the photo's very blurry, and whatever. But that's so that. No, that's actually just down the street from my house. It's
is that out back of the Albert?
Yeah, so it was one of the.
No, we were in the.
Really?
Somewhere around
there.
It
was behind what became the Martini
so
Bar?
it's around there somewhere. I can't remember.
Oh.
But so that we because we did a whole bunch.
Misplacing it in my head.
And though I think of all the photos that were taken, those are the ones that we used.
Yeah, I know, back of the
Albert. I
Albert.
don't think we used any of the others. So the most blurry photo that he was like, "This is terrible." We're like, "We're going to use it." So that's the album cover and whatnot. Album cover and the photo.
Yeah.
So the tracks, Jelly Bean. Mr. Baria? No, you can't start there. You got to start with the guitar riff. There's the guitar riff.
I didn't. Nope, that's.
So
I don't
the
know
guitar
who's
riff.
broadcasting that actually. It's not me.
This is
it's me.
seminal in the Winnipeg rock music scene. And the reason why you hate it?
God, I hate that riff. Well, no, I don't. That's not true. So that opening riff. So because it's the beginning of Jelly Bean. So that opening riff, I actually remember when we recorded this, I actually had a big fight with Paul over it. Because every time we would play that riff, I had a multi-effects pedal at the time that had a ring modulator on it, and I would specifically use that ring modulator to make that opening riff completely unlistenable. Like, it was completely unintelligible to know what it was, right? And the recording engineer, Paul, at the time was like, you can't start a song like this. You can't. It needs to have a hook right off the top. So instead of using the ring modulator, he made me use a wah-wah pedal, which at our first show, I don't know if you guys ever knew this, the first show we did after we recorded this album, I forgot to turn the wah-wah pedal off. Well, when you add a wah-wah pedal to a ring modulator, it makes it even harder to hear. So I left that forever. Yeah, so that little opening riff is...
So then, do you think this is a hook?
If you hear it live, you will never hear it sound like that.
Is this the hook?
Ever. Again. It's the thing that lets you know what you're about to hear. But that's what it... When I would go see a live show with, like, I don't know, Guns N' Roses, right?
Sympathy
and
for
you
the
hear... You know what song's coming.
Sweet Child of Mine.
No. That was Sweet Child of Mine. Thank you for hurting my vocal ego right there. Yeah, that hurt. What I loved about the intro to Jelly Bean was because so many people loved it. It was that every time they'd hear that intro, it would be like, I think this is Jelly Bean. I think this is Jelly Bean. But they're not actually sure until I turn that, until we hear the rat-tat-tat-tat
click,
bang.
Bang.
And then we're like,
That's
yeah,
what
we're
it
in Jelly
was.
Bean territory.
Yeah, because I had to count in
Oh, yeah.
signal
That wasn't your
I had
best
to
intro.
start playing. I think that's what it was. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right.
And that drum beat, I think, again. Did you guys play this ever before I joined the band?
Oh, probably. It's been around for a long time, but I don't
because I
ever
think
consider the song being anything other than
this song, the drum beat. The reason why I'm asking is because the drum beat. I don't think
I don't
took that from
remember if we
anybody,
ever played it.
If I'd ever listened to it from someone else, I'm not sure how they would have played what I played, and I'm not sure how if I copied what they did properly. This drum beat is basically me trying to.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, but there's no like live.
I don't think it certainly wasn't ever recorded
the
before.
depths of
it was definitely never
teenagehood.
recorded before. Yeah.
And 30-second guitar solo that comes in and then we come into the quieter part.
Oh yeah.
Steve, are you just doubling me on the bass there? I guess so, right?
In this?
Yeah.
No. Well, I threw in fills. Like I would hit the main chords and then we played the song so many times I had time to come up with one for each. Like for each of the four each of the 4 bars I had something different because I would I feel like sometimes bass is not always that interesting. And so because you're just anchoring the groove, right? Like you're just rolling the groove through, right? So like I feel like there's a nice compromise between overcomplicating something and hanging in for the groove and then popping something in the space, right? So like I would try to find ways to pop things in the space because I don't actually like listening to music with bass that's particularly complicated, that's not just supporting the groove. I think that's what it's for, but I think it's also it's fun to throw little things in the space. So
that was something that we
after
we switched you out at bass. That was something. that I
wow!
had not
Yes, talk about a change of lineup there. Wow! Yes, musicality, and then a lot of theory came in. Basically, that's a lot of theory. Was it always in practice though? Was always
theory.
Kind of a question. How? Yeah, but to be fair, Mike, the next bass player, he was very much into that stuff, and Mr. Barry, we got into that stuff a little bit too with the. It was like math rock, but it was the way that he was going about it was like it was highly complicated. He was writing out these parts that you look at his music writings and go, okay. Now, how are you going to play that live? But that wasn't the idea. It was going to evolve over time. Whereas, like with you, Firmenuk, it was very much like going back to that changing string jam and all the other jams that you will listen to. It's like it was all much more feeling performative, which makes sense and why you're still into the theater production these days because you are very much in that moment performer, which is not what happened later on in the band's development. What about those voices? Because if anyone's listening to this song on headphones, Mr. Baria, you actually double up your vocals, and this was talk about learning something about how things are made. So one of the secrets to recording, studio recording especially, is doubling up the tracks. And you can hear this on Metallica albums quite a bit. It's not as pronounced, but so when a singer does the initial track, they usually go through it again and they double it up, and they either speak it or they whisper it or they double it up in some way. And in the left headphone, left ear especially, you can hear. No. Throughout the whole thing,
you're talking about like you're talking way at the end of the song, man. You're missing all types of good stuff.
Because there's the original. I'll just cue up the first part, the first verse here.
Well, you're harmonizing.
Right.
The first verse is all. I only double up on the choruses. Yeah. And I kind of wish we knew that more ahead of time because I would have definitely harmonized.
We'll go into the
I'm not very good at
chorus
harmonizing.
here.
I have to practice it.
Yeah, so you're harmonizing here. The first. I'm listening to the first chorus here, and
wait, maybe I did hit it.
You can hear it because the vocals are sort of spread out, panned a little bit more. Like your backing vocals are back here, which they're supposed to be, but then you can hear that they are actually doubled up and panned to the side.
Yeah, I go down on the right and I stay at the same note on the left. Yeah.
Why didn't I do that live for you? Why did we never
I
think to do
don't
that?
know.
Why didn't
Don't
like
know.
you're like, oh, that's
You know
cool.
what?
Perfect,
Okay,
let's
That's
do
going
that.
to
So
come up
then-
when we get to
With-
to Stuck Pig.
Oh yeah.
At the end, so
Yeah.
the last minute,
I've thought
I'll
about
just
that.
fast forward here.
Oh,
Fast
sure.
forward. I'll fast forward. You don't fast forward anymore, kids. You skip. This is where you are saying something. You're speaking to yourself. What are you saying at that time? The last minute or so of the song.
Okay, no, I'm not letting you skip that far ahead because you're missing two very important parts.
Okay.
That guitar solo, because there's a very good story about that guitar solo. There was never a guitar solo in Jelly Bean, ever. I hate guitar solos. I like jamming. I hate guitar solos. And I had to write a guitar solo. So we're talking about
Okay, so 257.
306.
Okay, so there you go.
On
I got
your
it
track.
playing here. You're ending the chorus, and here comes the guitar solo.
just gonna let everybody enjoy that for a moment.
Sounds like the verse.
Soak that guitar solo in.
That was 10 seconds. 14 seconds.
So, Steve Fermanuk, do you remember what I told you about that guitar solo?
I probably will after you tell me again.
I know you will after I tell you. So, one of the first musical things that Steve Fermanuk and I did was this fantastic production at SJR where we did a whole bunch of Neil Young songs.
Oh, it's totally a Neil Young solo. It's
It is
totally,
totally
a Neil Young
solo.
solo. It's such a Neil
It
Young
is
solo.
not
yeah.
only a Neil Young solo.
It's
the
Down
song
by the
that
River.
Steve and I did is it is Down by the River. It is the exact riff from Down by the River because that was the song that Steve Fermanuk and I did at SJR, and it just fit.
So
So I sped
now
it up
we've
and
got
put it in there, and it is
Alice
Down by the
Machine's
River.
going to sue us.
It's the
That's
one-note
why that's
guitar
Neil
solo
Young
from
coming
Down by the
back.
River. Yeah.
Copyright infringement. Well, you support Trump.
Neil Young only
That's just
sues if
become
you use it in
political.
your political speeches. And then we already talked about the next part, the bit with the
I'll just
doomed for
cue this up
failure that
again.
was
So there's
never
a
there
solo,
until we
and
kept trying to
then-
practice it.
And
It's really hard for me not to sing along. It's really hard for me not to sing along,
make it last
even though I can't sing
Sail a
most of the
ship.
notes anymore
without a mast.
because I smoke and drink whiskey.
Doom for failure. So that drop
Yeah,
basically came
Sail
in
a ship
after
without a
practicing,
mast,
and you're
which
like,
is
okay, we
doomed
gotta
for
cue
failure.
Steve Searski, the drummer, here to. This is the ending of the song, so there's only 8 more or 16 more bars. Don't play any more than that, which will bring us to the end of the
yeah,
song.
it was to get the outro.
When in the studio, because my counting,
Yeah.
verse counting and chorus counting was not the entirely accurate all the time. And so when the drums finally cut out at the end of the song, I very, very particularly remember being in the studio and looking through the recording window, because I'm in the studio, like doing my thing, right? Listening on headphones. And we're counting. Okay, yep, got it. And the song stops. I'm like, okay, great. So was that the other breakdown? And then I start going drumming again, and Snalka's like, and that's how that sort of ending sort of came into to being.
Yep. But it's a great ending. It works so well. It's such a great ending. That little
It's
like
all because of a fuck up. It was all because the drummer
uptick
couldn't
right
count
before
how
we
many
do the
bars
denouement.
was
It's
one
so
bar.
beautiful.
Well,
Yep. The stuff that I whisper is not. There's not a great story behind that. It was we recorded it one day, and then we were going in the
So
next
what
day
was
to do
it?
more
Do you
recording.
remember?
And Paul had said we should put something underneath it, so I came up with something. Something about. Oh yeah, okay, so the story of the song, it was a song to a girlfriend who we broke up or whatever. And by the time we got around to recording this, there was actually a lot of animosity. So the whispering was, Jelly Bean, why can't I see that you had fun fucking with me, and now this has become dried up leaves, or this is nothing but dried up leaves? Because we recorded in the fall, so that's what I was looking at. But it was kind of that realization that it was the realization that she enjoyed fucking with me the whole time, which of course she didn't. She will never ever hear this, but if she does, I know
Nothing
you are
wrong with that.
me.
Hey,
it was
we got
teenage
a
love
song
and
out of it,
angst
man.
and
You lived the emotions and you produced
you
something.
were just doing
from
what
it.
you
That's
felt was
good.
right.
You used your angst creatively, and you channeled your energy.
There you go.
And that was something that this was actually something that always used to frustrate me about the way that Mr. Firmenuk and I wrote songs. Steve, you write beautiful stories. I mean, you do. I mean,
Well, it's nice of you to say. Thank you.
I would give my left testicle
Which
to
play was
watch
this one?
that play that you wrote again, because I thought it was phenomenal.
Thank you.
Oh,
It was the one that I said, or that we mentioned we didn't want to talk about.
Oh, well, we can talk about it. No, thank you. That's kind of you to say. I know that was
that the
sound
one
of your
that
eyes
was
closing.
on at the U of W theater? I remember going to one of the plays. And
It was beautiful. It was beautiful. It was sad. It was heart.
Because I remember your Fringe plays, but I don't remember. And I really remember one U of W play. Like it was at the U of
No,
W.
it was
U of W associated event. It was just at the U of W theater downtown.
Yeah, no, I did. No, that was in 2010. Like I did that after I came back from Copenhagen. Like I wrote it mostly before I went to Copenhagen, and then kind of finished it up in Copenhagen, and then came back. And I wasn't even really living in Winnipeg. Like we had moved to Toronto, and then I came back to direct it,
Right.
and in May of 2010, which is the last professional piece I did.
You're still involved
before I
in the
went to
theater
Teachers College.
because you basically came from a theater production
2010.
background, but not production theater.
And we did it for
You were
like
in
Icelandic
theater.
Festival.
Production sort of means like you were making the plays, but you were the director, you were the writer, you were performing. So you.
Yeah,
came
no, I
from
wasn't.
that
Yeah,
sort of
no,
background.
I was
And you're still
performing
doing
and
that, so you're
writing and
teaching
directing. Yeah.
in Toronto now, right?
Yeah.
Kitchener. So,
Yeah. Well, in Kitchener, yeah. Yeah.
This that play. Every time I hear Stuck Pig, I'm like, this Stuck Pig should have been the outro to
right.
that
So then
play.
let's move
That
on to
should have been the
Stuck
song
Pig,
that
which
played
is
and
my
everybody
younger
laughed.
brother's favorite song.
Well, there's
of all
thematic
time
elements,
from
yeah, for sure.
This, and he liked this song like when he was a proper
Oh,
child
that's
as well.
nice to hear.
So he's 5 years younger than I am, so or something like that, and so he would have liked this song when he was going through his teenage angst time. So Mr. Firmenuk.
It's angsty.
Okay, so I'm going to cue it up. Here we go.
you write the
This is
guitar
Stuck
for
Pig.
this?
We're going to play that right
Yeah.
there. Okay, so
Yeah,
Mr. Firmenuk, tell us.
I wrote.
That's it?
Oh, it's
The
about an
truth has
X-Files
just come
episode.
home. Done. It's about X-Files.
It's well, no, it's the I got the tone of it. Like there's an X-Files episode about this family who are like they're inbred, and the mom like lives on a board under the bed, and they bring her out, and they're all like these big sort of hulking things. Anyway, it was about sort of like in terms of the theme or the tone of it, like it made me feel a little bit nauseous, right? Like this sort of that we all had. There's an American mythology or a North American mythology about like the country and the backwoods and that kind of thing, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre type, like often the woods, the terrible things happen, no one can see you, no one's there, no one's going to come and save you, and so I kind of playing around with that tone and using it to talk about what I think was a really real sort of feeling and situation of when you're a young person, you feel like you're trapped, you feel like you can't do what you want to do, be who you want to be. And it was so I sort of used that and turned it into a story about a girl who was whose parents were keeping her in the house, and
I thought it was about the
bad
Sharon
stuff
Tate murders.
that was connected to that. But it's not about
20
a
years.
situation
My life
where
has just
a young
changed.
person is manipulated and something bad happens at the end. So I mean, thematically, it's certainly thematically connected to that, I think. But yeah, and I wrote that riff a really long time ago and had it in a bunch of different songs that I was playing around with, and I ended up the chorus I wrote for a song that I sort of threw away in a play that I wrote. Well, the first play I ever wrote when I was 16 about about NASA scientists finding heaven and like putting down their flags and sort of taking it over and colonizing heaven, and what would happen on the earth. Everybody goes to heaven. Anyway, it was a very long time ago, but I wrote that song as like sort of or that chorus as a musical part to that play that I never ended up finishing. But then I stole it and stuck it in here because I felt it needed a little bit of a major progressionness to it in the chorus to bring you into something a little bit more relaxed and joyful to pull you back down again later on. And so
for people who want to know, the episode is called Home, and it's season 4, episode 2.
Oh, did you just find that?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Season 4, episode 2.
It's a good one.
It is also considered the seminal X-Files episode.
Hey.
The actor who played Cancer Man actually thought the episode went too far, and he had heard
Wow.
from fans who would not watch the show anymore after it because it was so gruesome.
It's really upsetting, or
Yeah.
certainly for the time it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not based on it, but it's like,
that's the story.
There's
thematic
tonal and
content.
thematic
the
elements,
solo,
yeah.
or not the solo. The music is
I
actually
think-
separate from that entirely.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, I think the lyrical piece that I had was "Will you know the end when it comes?" was what I put in with the music when I sang it and played it, and then built out of that. But that was what is that about when it comes?
I know that you wrote the riff. This was coming
Yeah.
back to me now that we're talking about it. But I remember the riff not jiving 100% with me when we were working on it originally, and then I now it's coming back to me now. Is that there's something stinking in the water here? Is that the
Yeah.
right line?
Yeah,
That invoked to me an idea of a swamp.
Yeah.
And so that riff, that it's an E chord. It's not anything special. It's an E chord.
yeah.
And
with
I
a G
used to
on it.
hate playing this song because we had to come out of drop D because everything was in my drop D.
Yeah,
But what I did to change it was I really heavily palm muted the bass, so the jug 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 jug, like giving that really juggy. I mean it's called a gent type sound now, but that was to evoke that swamp type feeling that I was getting from the lyrics. Was like, this is a swamp, so I want to evoke that feeling of we are trudging and stuck and deep in this mire, but there's also this like that near. It's like almost I want to say deliverance, but I don't think that's what I was thinking at the time. But there's you're in this trudgy, gross thing, but there's more. There's something shiny here. Keep listening.
And what about your vocals?
Yeah.
Because your vocals are very
the little
ghostly.
bell that calls you out into the
Baria.
woods.
Yes.
From when you hear
That's how I thought of it.
yeah.
Fuck, I love them. I fucking love them in this song.
Doing some grunting.
Yes.
It's to make up for not being able to sing notes, make noises. I think that I was playing with darkness and playing with feelings that I had about being trapped and about and in a way that I think works for me in a process, to take a feeling and then find another place where that feeling is, and then write about that and explore the same.
Could you have
build
made
and
the
drop,
song
and
shorter?
You kind of weave it into another situation.
There we go.
Yes,
No.
it's. I don't know if
No.
I should have made the song
Why?
shorter.
Why should it be
But
2
the
minutes
song
shorter?
should be shorter. Yes,
No.
it should be 2 minutes shorter.
No.
Absolutely. Because it's too long.
Yeah.
Because-
There is one point where we do an extra verse that's like, or an extra pre-verse, and I'm just like,
No, we don't need the part at the beginning, and we don't need. I like to sit in that riff. Like I like to sit in that and I wrote it on acoustic guitar, and I just used to sit there and play it, and there was something soothing and comforting for me, right? About just like moving from the E to the G and the E to the G. And I could easily, if I was listening to it now as a different person, and go, yeah, just let's be a grown up and make it shorter. I think what I would do, all like listening to it now, is I'd play it acoustically with a stand-up bass, and who came up with that rain stick?
See,
yeah.
Whose idea was that? I love that rain stick, man. That's
Yeah.
gorgeous. And like some stuff like that, get a washboard, like get some of those things and some of that kind of like tinny rusty kind of sound to it, and weave that distorted guitar.
Oh,
starting
that
it
guitar,
later and
that
weave it
guitar,
in
the
through.
yeah,
Yeah.
on a banjo, man.
Yeah.
That would be unreal.
is that at the end of the song?
Yeah, that's
That's
yours.
solo
That's
you're
your
doing
that's
there,
your
Mr.
thing
Bear.
to
Is
do.
that what you're
Yeah,
talking about?
I know that
Oh,
was
okay.
your.
So
Yeah,
good.
that's beautiful. Yeah, I love that.
2:15. Okay, I'll call.
No, I'm talking. I'm stuck at about
In the chorus.
Stuck. I'm at about 2:15 here in the chorus. Coming around again though to the, I was talking earlier about those songs that like make me feel like I'm, feeling a really emotional punch.
Mhm.
This one does it a lot for me with that vocal, the pre-chorus vocal of the
Yes.
where my vocals are doing the very ghostly thing in the background underneath.
Yeah.
That feels to me like I'm coiling a spring in my chest.
Yeah,
And
sure.
then we hit the chorus, and it's just like, it's not even an unreleased releasing of a spring, but almost like a gradual just opening up of like, yes, here's the reason for this. Feel this, right? And then
Sure.
it clamps right back down again, right? But for that chorus, that moment is that exaltation of the exhale of that whole
yeah.
moment.
You guys
that were
sound like you put a
grasping
lot
in
more
with that
thought into this
minute before.
song than
Right.
I did for the drums. I'm not gonna lie. I'll have to bring this back down to earth, and say that the drums for this they were recorded and made after I had first listened to "And Justice for All" by Metallica, which my sister had found. I don't know why she had this tape, but she found the tape. No, sorry. Yeah. And Justice for All, yes, with Blackened on it, right? It was a black tape. I remember this. And I listened to the whole thing. And in this song, Stuck Pig, you'll hear me playing the tom drums quite a bit. And this is me ripping off Lars Ulrich doing one. So it's doom, gadak, goom,
Yeah.
goom, daka, doom. I'm just literally taking the tom drums out of "And Justice for All," not just one, but "On Justice for All," like those two songs, because he does a lot of tom work on that album, and that's where I came up with this. But of course, I wasn't using the double kick. One by Metallica was so slow. I actually never really liked One. Everyone talks about it being a great song. I'm like, it's too slow for me. I liked Dyer's Eve and Blackened off of that album, and that's what kind of hooked me to Metallica. But One was just like, this is so painfully slow. This is terrible. But with so this is my homage
There's-
to Lars Ulrich and Metallica's
Sorry.
One.
Okay, so I in retrospect, I overanalyzed the music we wrote. So maybe this will help you start to kind of see how we look at this. In the chorus, you have that anticipatory drum beat, that the brat brat brat, right? Like the whole song is very, very plodding and drudging, but then all of a sudden in that pre-chorus, it's this like kick snare hi-hat maybe, but it's very quick of like like 3 really quick ones, and then back into the trudge, and then like right, like you're building. I don't know. You probably didn't do it intentionally. You just liked it. But what it feels like you're doing is you're building that. You're helping that whole coiled spring that is that pre-chorus.
Yeah, I think the other thing that I was
helping
using
blow it up and
at this time
to
was
let it
the
release in the end.
blue hydraulic skin for my snare drum, which I had a cheap CB kit. It wasn't cheap at the time. It was $500. That was a lot of money.
Yes,
to me.
I remember
but
that.
It was a blue. It's called the hydraulic snare, hydraulic skin, and I think Remo. I'm not sure if they still make it, but I used that skin for this whole album basically, and it gave this really dark, this really heavy, fat sound. And I think it's mostly used for funk drummers, not rock and metal drummers. I think when they were trying to mic it, they're like, this thing is too muddy. It doesn't stand out in the mix. And it was because it was meant to be very muddy and very fat. It wasn't meant to be a prominent snare head. So like Jelly Bean and Stuck Pig were all recorded with this, and that sound really lent itself to the Stuck Pig track. As for the other percussion, I think Stuck Pig was, I think Mr. Furman, you guys were coming over to my house for practice and for jam practice and whatnot. And it was one of those things where I was like, hey, you have a rain stick? Hey, you have a djembe? I'm like, well, yes, I do. Well, can we play it? Yes, you can. And I think it was just, let's bring in all of this percussion into the studio and use everything with no artistic real direction. It was like, you have a djembe? Let's play the djembe. So the djembe went into the Stuck Pig. The rain stick was like, you have a rain stick. Let's get a rain stick. Do some rain sticking and stuff like that. So it was just an excessive amount of percussion.
Yeah, well, it's loose. It's a very loose kind of simple
I don't know.
song,
I mean,
right,
I'm listening to the length of it now. I go,
right?
I don't really want to listen to the song so many times, but because there is such an arc throughout the song overall. I don't know if it's a song that you could listen to it on repeat, but even listening to it now, you go, I think if we were to play it again live, it would be tough to shrink it down. I think because it's just it's become so elemental as it is. So that's Stuck Pig. Do you have any other comments on Stuck Pig?
I don't think
I'm,
so.
I'm only 5 minutes into it. I'm trying to remember if there's anything else to cover.
Well, there's the outro.
The last minute 30 is all the outro.
That's why it ended up
Well,
being
why
so long.
is
Is because
this
the song and then it has
necessary?
the
I
thing
mean,
on the end.
now I listen
And
to it,
I
go,
think,
it is a good ending to the whole story that's being told.
Well, I would.
The like with the length,
it builds to that.
especially
So
with
I think
this
you got to
song,
cut pieces
a lot
out
of our
the
songs
songs.
back then were very long. I think, and that we were sort of proud of that because there was some jamming.
Well,
and
over
stuff
5
like that.
minutes,
Stuck
right?
Pig. I think it very much lends itself to a short film. And actually the images that I get in my mind when I'm listening to is actually what's that song by Tool, the stop motion one, not Sober, but the first ones. Prison Sex is another one.
Sober.
Sober.
There was a
One's
bunch
like
of
that
them.
sort of style, that dirty,
So was the
grungy
first
sort of
one,
stop
right? Prison
motion, like the Stuck Pig imagery, music would fit together with that sort of idea, which is why it gives itself to 7 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah.
It's enough time for a whole story arc, not just in terms of the lyrics, but also the musicality. And then it brings up these images that aren't necessarily married to the lyrics, to the story as it is, but people can take that and work with it in a different way as well. Yeah.
Tone or theme or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. I will admit, I remember having to mix Stuck Pig and being like, oh,
Why?
the song is so long. Having to go through it all. I mean, I loved every moment of it, but it was, just like, when you're
That's
in
a
that
lot of
moment and
time.
working
That's
on
a
it in
lot of
like
time. What
30
were you
second
doing for
chunks.
post
God,
on
7.5
this song?
minutes. That's a lot of 30-second chunks.
Yeah.
For Stuck Pig, not very much. The lot of the post on the Stuck Pig was my vocals, because obviously we didn't record them with all the reverb and everything on them, so that was a lot of the post production, and then the percussion actually was a lot of it. Just trying to make sure that, because the rain stick is beautiful, but we didn't want it. I didn't want it to get lost in everything else.
Do you
right? So
remember
not
the
just my
actual
fault.
process of mixing this album?
Yeah, no, absolutely not.
Okay.
I remember it's where I became heavily addicted to cigarettes. It was a lot of time of me sitting in that studio, going back and forth and learning stuff about Pro Tools and how to change, how to use effects. I like effects on my guitar, but I never really thought about like throwing an EQ on a drum kit. And then, I learned there that, well,
Apparently.
yeah,
Same with
you
compression.
need to EQ a
Limiting,
drum kit.
limiting.
It's
You need
very
limiting on your,
important to
drums as
EQ
well.
a drum kit.
Grr.
I hate compression.
Grr. Compression. Yes, compression. No.
I know Jake will tell you otherwise. Jake and I argue about compression all the time. I hate it. That's compression's my
And
that's
the
going to
kids
be
will
me
like,
when
"What
I'm
the fuck is
80
he
sitting on
talking
my
about?
lawn
We
saying,
don't
"Get your
use any of
compression
that.
out of my
We don't
music."
even compress music, man. We just experience music, man.
Yeah, that's true.
We live music, right? Let's
don't even write
move on
music
to track
anymore.
number
We
3
just-
on this EP, which is titled
We'll eat some
Aconite.
Zooms and away we go.
Yes. Ah, there you go.
Oh, I want to say about Stuck
which-
Dick that I like Steve's guitar
Because
solo.
that.
Aw,
What
thank
time
you.
was that solo
I
at?
barely remember it.
Just doing here. So it's the ending one. Okay.
I don't know, 6:30 or something, 6:20. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a good.
So it starts at
that's
like
probably one of the
6:15 or
best
so and
solos I've
goes
ever written.
for the next couple of
Yeah.
bars.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah.
Also very Neil Young
Fits with the
inspired.
theme.
Absolutely. It's that
Yeah.
bluesy, like
And it's
rootsy
actually
kinda,
more than 2
kinda
bars.
thing.
It's like the Jelly Bean one came, and then it cleaned up, and then Stuck Pig. You just keep coming along with the.
Because the Jelly
solo.
Bean didn't have a spot for a solo.
Keeps going.
But it's not.
Solo could be
That's the
shorter,
thing.
too.
It's not.
Everything could be shorter.
Because-
Everything could be a
that's
little
what I'm
shorter.
saying is that you're listening to it going, it would be
I don't know if
difficult
that solo could be
if
any
you
shorter.
cut out half of that solo, then all of a sudden, like the end of the song is gone, right? Then you don't need the rest of the song.
Yeah.
It's tricky.
Yeah, because the second part of the solo, it doesn't work without the first part, the bluesy part bringing into it.
That's true.
It feels very out of place. I think we could leave that whole that part could just be dropped, probably. In retrospect.
It's hard to say. In retrospect.
we
Speaking of
beat
things
that
that can be
pig to
dropped, let's
death.
go on Aconite.
That's controversial. That's
Why?
what we played on the radio.
I have a strong love-hate relationship with this song.
You were telling the story of vampires.
I was never happy
right?
with the lyrics. I was never fully happy with them.
I'll cue it up. Here we go.
always felt I was
This is
missing
Aconite.
something. Yeah. Okay. So I went back and re-listened to this. Okay. So while he's gonna, I would also like to point out that for a couple of our shows when we would start Aconite, because it's just me for Aconite. I will never forget the show where you walked out into the crowd at the Royal Albert and started throwing your boots.
Were you
at
happy
me
about that? I can't.
while
I
was
can't remember if you were
trying to
happy
play
about
the
it.
song. Do you not remember this? At the time, I was furious
okay,
with
well,
you,
that's
but in
interesting.
retrospect, it was hilarious.
Yeah, actually, that's exactly what I would do.
That's a Steve Sersky thing to do for sure.
Oh, there you go. You mentioned it.
You would
Right
also
there.
stand at the back of the
Well, that-
stage
that was
in your
later.
cape with your arms outstretched during the entire intro as well. Yeah. Yep. Had to be. Yeah. I was re-listening to this song. So at the time it was written, vampires and mostly vampires were very, very in. I've had a few people ask me if this is related to Anne Rice, and this was actually written before.
But the
Interview with the
movie
Vampire
was
became
released in
popular. Just wanna make
1994,
sure that's on the
1995, right around there. So that.
But if you listen to these lyrics,
Dude, it was.
was it really? Well, not related. Anyways, if you listen to the lyrics now, in our current context of, almost past context of Me Too and being conscious of how genders interact with each other, the song is almost cringy. Like it almost hurts. Like listening to me read these lyrics, and I'm just like, I don't know if I would be willing to write those now. But yet it's a love story. Like this is Aconite is a love story. But it seems like a creepy love story under a new global context.
Or a context where you take the point of view of a victim and you go, oh well, okay. And which of those contexts is the
so which is funny because
the appropriate context to be glorifying.
The story of the story of Aconite was always about the victim, because I've always I've wanted to become an immortal, right? Because I love humanity and I just want to see what it does. Like, even if it means I have to live as a recluse in a cave somewhere, I can pop out once in a while and say, hey, humanity, iPhones, pretty fucking sweet. And then go back and hide out again for another 20 years. That's all I want, right? Like, I think it's really cool because I like humanity, like in the overarching kind of way. So the story of Aconite was always, this is a love story because the vampire has come and given
Anne Rice,
the character, whose name is Annie, and I can tell you why later. No, and I did get that a lot. The story was about the vampire, like it was the story of Annie becoming immortal, and she's not happy about it, right? Like she didn't ask for it. So the love story is this vampire giving her that immortality, but because he has this love and he has no other way to show it, he gives her this immortality. And the whole crux of the song is the last lyric is that you and me were going to live forever. That's him saying to her, like, we're done. Like, I've made you immortal. I can walk away. We don't have to see each other forever. But you and I, we're forever linked for eternity. And that was his way of showing his
you
love.
You and me are going to live forever. That's on the
immortal.
back of the t-shirt that you're wearing, Mr. Baria. Which are the band shirts that we had made. There's the Ciara's Tears tier, and then on the back, it's very hard to see because it's all blacked out, but it's You and Me Are Gonna Live Forever. And does it say the song title? I can't remember, but right. So it's those shirts cannot be found unless you go talk to Mr. Ferminiuk's father, who will sell them to you for $100 a piece, if not more. Or you check eBay or the Salvation Army. I think Winnipeg has a few copies as well.
I'll sell it to you, yeah.
I think I have a couple remaining somewhere. I'm not sure where. I was always meant to get them framed, actually. I always wanted to get one framed, but just never got around to it. Never had the money to do it. Now I do. So I'll probably do it. So
yeah, that'd be good.
In terms of musicality,
Steve,
I can. So you've explained the lyrics.
I will, yeah.
In terms of musicality, I can say from the percussion perspective, this was my ripoff of Guns N' Roses' "Sympathy for the Devil." Because this was, when you said it was about vampires, it was like vampires. Interview with the Vampire, Tom Cruise, Guns N' Roses, "Sympathy for the Devil." I'm taking it. That whole bongo intro to the hard part. Tom Cruise was in Interview with the Vampire.
Tom Cruise, Guns N' Roses? That seems like a bit of a jump.
Sure, he was Lestat in that movie.
Yeah, no, it was linking Tom Cruise
from
to
that
Guns N'
movie,
Roses.
and they've never played it live. They've never released it on
is their
another
cover
album
of Sympathy
other
for the
than
Devil
that
from
soundtrack, except for the best hits, best of album that they had later on. But it's a song that they've never actually played live. They've never done anything, and I swear it's the best cover version of any song ever. It was just that good. It's fantastically produced. They were at their peak when they made that song.
It's a really good.
And when I heard it, I remember like that's what sort of turned me basically towards that style of music with it, whereas like metal or rock and then percussion thrown in, and also a very long song, but kind of like Stuck Pig was, but also has that whole arc because a 7-minute story arc. And so with Aconite, I basically took the same idea with the percussion. The bongos, and then I think there's some. I'm not sure if there's any rain stick, but then the drums. I was just following. I think Steve Baria, you just said, "Yeah, do this. It's got to hit this part." You go dun dun, and you're like, "You got to hit this part here." That's where there's got to be a bit more of an emphasis. And so I just created something that went along with that.
Do you gentlemen remember the movie Wayne's World? Do you remember the classic scene in Wayne's World where someone walks into the guitar studio and starts playing Stairway to Heaven, and they have a big sign that says no Stairway to Heaven? So,
and then
I loved Wayne's World, so I vowed to never learn how to play Stairway to Heaven. Then one day, someone pointed out to me that I had completely ripped off Stairway to Heaven.
The ending of Aconite.
The ending of Aconite. It is almost identical. But because I had never...
I'm going to cue it up here, so we're going to the build-up.
That is...
So this is the build-up.
Yeah, it's Stairway to Heaven.
Yes, climax of Stairway, yeah.
Because I never learned
got
Stairway,
Led Zeppelin
it
coming
never
after us. So we got
clicked.
three major artists
Oh yeah, by
coming
the way, I've
after
just
us
stolen
now.
Stairway.
Good. All right, so here's it. And there's a Stairway to Heaven.
I love this crack of your snare. I love it. Well, I guess it's djembe here, but when you do it live, I love that crack of that rack.
Did we?
Remember when we played that on the radio?
97.5
Was that for-
FM.
92,
Winnipeg's Rock.
97?
Was it
92?
97? I think it was 97.
Yeah.
Yeah. We didn't play it live. You guys played it. I don't think I did. I wouldn't have played it. Yeah. Yes, I have
No,
that.
it was just the track. Just the
Yeah,
album
they just
track.
played it. Yeah.
We just talked a bit, didn't we? Steve,
Yeah,
were
we
you there
talked a
too?
while.
Yeah,
I have that
But Steve
recorded on
Sersky and I
video
went because he was
somewhere.
making fun of our boots.
I was there.
Exactly where. But
I was there too.
I had a camera and everything. Was that with Ace Burpee and that girl? What was the girl's
Oh,
name? Oh, I can't remember. That's the one. Is Chrissy Troy
Chrissy
still
Troy.
on Winnipeg radio? Yeah, I know.
I have no
Ace
idea.
Burpee's
I
still
think
on
she
there
might
as
be
well,
on some
but,
radio station. I don't pay attention
not
to
in
radio
the rock
stations in
vein, I
Winnipeg
think
anymore,
so.
except for Dave Wheeler.
Mhm.
Yeah. So the story, I've never told anyone the story of Annie, and why I used Annie. So
Rice.
I watched an interview with, God, what was her name? Was it Chantal Kreviazek, or was it?
Chantal Kreviazek? Oh, wow.
Yeah, there was. Oh God, she plays piano. It's a piano song, and I can't remember it now. But she says someone's name in the song. And someone asked her in an interview and said, "Why did you pick that name? Like, is that someone you know?" And she said, "Nope, it just fit." And so when I was originally writing Aconite, Annie was just the name that came out, and I tried putting in other people's names that had meaning, people whose pants I wanted into at the time, like
Annie,
all these
wasn't
different names.
Our Lady Peace had this
Nothing
song.
ever worked. It was
Our Lady
always
Peace had a
just
song
had to
where
be
he
Annie.
talks about
Annie
some girl named
always
Annie.
made
He's
sense.
married to
I have
Chantal
never known an Annie.
Kreviazek. Of course it was. They got the idea from us.
Yes, but that was not. I believe Aconite was before that song.
Aconite was
Talking
before
about
all the
time
songs.
travelers.
Yeah, it was.
Stairway to Heaven ripped off Aconite.
Yes.
It was written in 1972.
Oh God, it's gonna bug me.
I don't know his name. Our Lady Peace guy.
Was it Wayne? No, it's not Wayne. It's
Is that what it is?
man. It was.
Well,
Sarah
that's the Chantal
McLachlan.
Kreviazek song with the name in it.
Was it Wayne?
Wait for me. Yeah.
Wayne, wait for me. Yeah, and she was just like, I don't actually know a Wayne. Wayne just fits. I was like,
Yeah,
well,
it was
if
a great
she
song.
can get away with it, screw it. I'm gonna do it. Yeah, it is a great song.
All right.
I'm not
so
her
that's
biggest fan,
Aconite, the
but
vampire
she did
song,
write some beautiful songs.
in 2 parts on the Life After EP. Moving on to track number 4, we got Pink Napkins, which is actually about... Oh, yes.
Before we do that, I've paid a very nice compliment to Stephen Remenuk about his bass playing and how we lost his groove.
Kind of you.
I think it's only fair that I tell you the one thing that I miss about your drumming as well, is that I have not ever heard anybody get the same snap out of a snare drum as I do from you. Like it when I'm working on music in Pro Tool or in my Reason, I get mad because I don't have a sample of a Steve
Thank you.
Sersky snare
The
drum.
secret
because
is
that's
the
snare
blue
drum sound I
hydraulic snare
want.
drum head that I'm not sure if you could still get. Yeah, that's it. And you have to buy
Apparently,
one of
I've
the
learned
cheapest
that
drum sets
now.
on the market.
Only 20 years after the fact.
It's a cheap CB steel snare drum, and put I think it was a Remo Ambassador on the bottom and the Remo Hydraulic on top, and that's the funky fat crack that you're getting on that snare drum. That was
also you adding that
yeah,
baby
that was
snare
that was another
halfway
brilliant
through
idea.
our
It's like,
career.
I have money,
I don't know
and I
why
can buy
more
this
drummers don't do
because,
it.
as a teenager, I was responsible with money, not. But I bought that baby snare. Welcome to the club. Oh, I'm not there yet. Hey, there we go. But with that baby snare, that pops up in one of the later songs. I think actually Mrs. Alexander's where it actually pops up, because I didn't get that until after probably another year or two into the band at that point. Like towards 2002, 2001, 2002. So I've been a couple of years in the band already. But yeah, so that's Aconite. Interesting song. And right. So the next one, you want to move on to the Pink Napkins, or Mr. Firmenuk has disappeared. We can take a short break if we need.
Sure.
Sounds like Mr. Firmenuk did. I'll take a short break.
I'm good.
I gotta get ice packs for my computer anyway.
Okay. We're doing a short
did
break,
I
Steve.
did I initiate a break?
You did.
Oh.
A reminder on my phone just popped up to remind me it's Mom's birthday right now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Today or tomorrow?
Well, in 30 minutes, I guess.
How you doing?
I mean, there's moments, right, where it really hurts and I miss her. I've been dreaming about her a lot recently too, but you know, like, she's gone.
Normal bad?
Yeah, right? Like, she's gone. There's a part of me that I will never have back, and you know, that's reality. There's nothing that can be done about it. Like, there's nothing I can do to bring her back. So it's just enjoy what I have and all that kind of stuff, right? Like,
that's the way
it hurts.
That's
and
the way
you know,
to do that.
like, you're going to go through it. Steve's gone through it with his dad passing.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's a pain I don't wish on anybody. Right. Yeah. Like, I would love to write something about it. I didn't get to tell the second half of my thing about the way you write songs, is that when your songs are stories, and I was always so jealous of that because I could never tell a story. But my songs are about trying to put into words an emotion. Mm-hmm. And I never felt I could hit it. Like, that's why my songs get so long. Is like, I'm trying to explain an emotion, but I'm trying to explain something that doesn't have a physical way to talk about it. Right? Like, Aconite's a great example. It's a love song, but yet, unless you know that, I dance around it the whole way.
Well, I think your songs are stories about a person trying to explain an emotion, which is really what all the stories are about, right? Is about a person, right? A person that's going through something, that's wrestling with something and struggling with something, right? And it's a little bit more, the medium is the message, where like we're listening to the person talking, right? Like, we're not talking about them, we're listening to them, we're experiencing what they're experiencing, right? Through those moments. I think there's a lot of power in that. I think there's a lot of complexity, and like, but in a way that only you can write, because it's your personal struggle and journey, right? Like, you're taking your struggle and you're sharing it, right? Yeah, I think it's really profound.
Yeah, I think so. The song I'd started working on, which I wasn't doing it justice yet, but it was the lyrics were coming from that letter, that stream of consciousness letter that I sent.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think there's something there. Just the music that I had for it was not.
Right.
It wasn't the right. It didn't fit. It wasn't right. But I know that I know I did keep that riff recorded because it's going to be something, but that wasn't the right spot for it.
But not that. Yeah. Keep rolling with it,
Well,
man.
apparently you have to.
Apparently I have to post something now, so
You have to post something now.
yeah, I've been told. Yeah. If I wasn't recording this in Reason right now, I would go and find a track for you right now.
There you go.
Reason
Is this going to be a
very
two-parter or what?
No, I'm
this
releasing all at once.
podcast.
That's all.
Yeah, Steve's gonna milk this.
Well, I got
for
another
about
hour and a
month, I'm
half on
pretty
this recorder.
I am so sorry.
Whoa!
So sorry, everyone.
Whoa!
If you've made it
If you're
this far,
sorry,
if you've
then it's
made
not
it
worth
this
it.
far,
Then guess
send me a
what? You can
tweet.
leave. No. You can't say you're sorry. No, there's no sorry. I mean, if you're apologizing for
No.
it, then guess what?
No, I'm changing it.
That's how it is.
I'm gonna make a deal. I'm gonna make a deal to everybody who's listening right now. Mr. Firminy, give me a random word.
Toast.
Toast? All right. Anybody who tweets me at Fuzzy Steve with 3 Z's with just the word toast.
Podcast
and
shame.
what was it? Hashtag podcast
Hashtag-
regrets?
Shame.
No, yeah, podcast shame.
What?
All it
Podcast
has
shame?
to say is toast and hashtag podcast shame, and I will write you a 1-minute something in Reason if you've made it this far. There you go. That's
Sure.
your gift.
Just to be clear, I'm also listening.
There you go. Well,
No, you don't count.
I made it this far. I'm listening.
You have to tweet me with toast and hashtag
All right.
podcast.
That's the reason to sign up for Twitter.
Or
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
check the show notes, and we'll put that link in the show notes, and you can copy paste.
Don't
There
put
you go.
the secret word is in the podcast notes. This is null and void. I will get my lawyer.
I'll put I'll put a second secret word and see if anyone figures it out. There you go.
Yeah, all right.
Ooh, okay.
Pink. So the cover of the seminal Frank Zappa song called "Pink Napkins." I couldn't believe we recorded that. I did not find out until years later that Frank Zappa had written a song called "Pink Napkins."
Well, he got it from you.
I didn't either.
No, again, it was time
No, he
travel.
definitely didn't. Frank Zappa got nothing from me. Frank Zappa is
He was. I think Frank Zappa was already
Timeless.
dead, wasn't he?
probably
He died in like '89 or something.
yeah.
So this song, in terms of the percussion, there's a lot of percussion. Talk about taking everything into the studio that you don't
Yes.
need. There was a lot of stuff into this. Right now at the beginning, you can hear a triangle. Why? Because I bought a triangle. Why did I buy a triangle? Because I figured I'm a percussionist, I should have a triangle. So I bought a triangle. And that's what you hear. And most smart people, I was a bit of obsessive about organic recording, and this goes through Stuck Pig, like Aconite. All of the songs that we did had to be recorded organically, and by that I mean it had to be from start to finish, no interruptions, no cutting, no splicing, no copying, pasting. 9 minutes of triangle. Paul Sonaka's looking at me going, seriously? Really? Do we all right, let him go. 9 minutes of triangle. Ting, ting. Actually, I'm not sure if I'm playing the triangle right now during the chorus, but because it gets drowned out by everything else. But yeah, in terms of all of my recording, I was a stickler for I press record, and I want to go from start to finish to get that entire emotionality of the recording. Nowadays, I'm a lot different. I'm like, no, give me 10 seconds, and we'll just loop that shit. Like, it's a little bit different because it's just easier. I mean, and it saves your mental energy for doing other things. I do still record some organic tracks in their totality, but I will go back and finesse them a little bit as well for whatever I'm doing. But Pink Napkins is probably our longest song, but that's because of the jamming that goes on throughout the song, especially towards the end. Pink Napkins was usually the song that we closed with, wasn't it?
It was. Before I forget, this song would not have ever been played as much as it was if it wasn't for that bass line.
It's a fantastic bass line.
I love
That's
it. God, I love that bass line.
That's another bass line that if you play a 9-minute song enough times, you'll get a complicated bass line.
Is there any variation to that bass line in the song?
Well, of course, it's different, but otherwise, no. It's and it just goes over and over and over again.
That's it. So again, like we could have just looped you. You could have looped yourself. You're like, all right, you guys, you got drummer. You can't loop yourself just yet because the technology's not there. But me, done. Have fun.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
No, I think this entire track is done live.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. With the exception of some vocal punch-ins and punch-outs, it's all done straight off the floor.
Yeah, it was, and one of the reasons was because I couldn't play it to the click. I think because of the time, because there's so much of the changing within it that it just wasn't possible. And again, with the drum beat itself, I was trying to add all of the drums in at once. As you can hear him doing the double kick. And it's an excessive amount of percussion going into this song. And
but it's so...
And again, this rips off And Justice for All. It's I took that. That's the song right there. Thanks, Lars.
The riff is inspired, the guitar riff is inspired by Drown by Smashing Pumpkins.
Wow. The truth.
Who did you steal the bass line from, Steve?
There's some there's a couple of blues riffs in there.
Yeah, he's just trying to make us feel good because he's the only creative one here who actually writes anything original.
I think B.B. King is where the guitar solos I used to practice, and some Alice in Chains again.
I mean, you picked a good bass player from Alice in Chains.
It's guitar though. It's Jerry Cantrell is what I'm doing.
Oh yeah, he was popular back then. Jerry Cantrell was.
Jerry Cantrell's still popular now.
Is he? Jerry
popular with me.
New Alice in Chains album is spectacular.
Don't know. Again, I don't listen to much music.
This was probably the only track that we wrote that I liked better on the album than I did when we played it live. And it's all because of the chorus. So there are 4 vocal tracks on the chorus, and they're all different, which is obviously not something that ever could have been replicated live.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I could pull my weight and do some vocal tracks once in a while live.
Well, but it wasn't even that.
Bass
it was
line's the same thing.
One
you
was
do something else.
Yeah. But like one of them was very aggressive. One of them was very thin. One of them was very whispery. Right? Like which of the 4, which 2 do we keep? Right? Like how would it
I can
work?
do whispers.
Yeah, that's true.
I could have done the aggressive as a drummer had I tried it all vocalizing.
You were having enough problems trying to keep your breath during the song, if I remember correctly.
It was a physical effort, that's for sure.
Yeah. I also love this song so much because there's so much going on everywhere in this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everywhere. Right now, at around 5:45, you start hearing the smacking sound, and that is another great idea by me. That Paul Sanaka looked at me and went, "What the fuck is he doing? And why are you doing that? And as long as you clean that up, I have no problem with it." And so what had happened is that I had a whole bunch of back in the day when you had to make DVDs and CDs, and you never got it right the first time. But once you used it once, you couldn't rewrite it. You couldn't just tape over it, right? So they were useless. So I had this stack of CDs that were basically frisbees, useless. And so I took them into the studio, put them on a cymbal stand, and went, I'm gonna break them. And that's what I did. So I took a drumstick and I smashed all these CDs and fucking bits of little silver and CD particles and plastic and flying all over the place, and there's sparkles all over the place in the studio afterwards. And that is the whole smacking sound that you hear in the song. And I have to clean that up. I'm not sure if it really added very much to the song, to tell you the truth.
Thematically, it works. It works really well. Like the story of Pink, the feeling of Pink Napkins is, well, I mean, the reason it's called Pink Napkins is because I wrote it all out on 2 pink napkins that were at Humpty's on Main Street.
Oh,
but
there you go. I thought it was about maxi pads.
Nope, it was written on pink napkins. So, the whole idea of the song is the first half of the song is the disparaging part. I mean, this is my psyche to it. Pink napkins is my psyche to the T. Is that the whole part of the first part is being unimpressed with myself and unhappy with myself and all this other stuff, and then the second part is the aggression and the being fed up with being unhappy with myself and saying, you know what, I am absolutely everything that is different between us, and fuck yeah, I am everything that's different between us, and that's the important thing. I am the stuff that is different, and that's why I'm important to me, right? And so that smashing of those discs makes sense in that case, because that's the point where like I'm smashing into myself, telling myself like, stop getting down on yourself. The fact you're different is exactly why you're important.
Wow, you read into that
cool
CD breaking more than I did. I think it was like, I got stuff I can break.
No, that is putting context on them, and it actually works. At the time, it was Steve's gonna smash some CDs on tape.
Yeah,
As long as he cleans it up, it's fine. I remember that warning that Paul Sinatra gave me. It's comical. That's a 9-minute song with the feedback at the end of it. Did you want to talk about the jam at the end of the song there? Because
this is the that ring modulator coming back, and also that wah-wah pedal coming in quite a bit here. Yeah.
I think it feels like we had a not a fairly standard jam, but like we had some elements that would come in and out. Like in this one more so than some of the other jams, like it felt like it had a movement, it had a build to it that was fairly similar. We'd go into similar places, right? Which was nice, right? And I think we captured that. I feel like we captured the spirit of what we used to do with this.
And like that whole outro, I think we really, I think that was one of the reasons why we actually couldn't use a click track, because that whole thing just became messed up at the end. It was
free time.
It wasn't possible to click that at all. But that, again, with my drumming, I think I was just trying to throw in as much insanity that I could. I was trying to do, that was one of my first attempts at trying to do a lot of double kick work, and I don't think it worked. Actually, and this is partly my fault, it is all my fault, and partly to do with how the drums were tuned, was that you can't hear the kick drum really come through too much, so you can't hear me, and no doubt I'm not hitting the drum hard enough, I'm not striking, I don't have the muscle behind it. Not like when you hear in Mrs. Alexander, which was recorded live at Wise Guys, and that was mic'd and tuned better for the circumstance, and it pops out, and I think by that time I got my double kick down quite a bit, but this was me trying to play like Dyer's Eve speed, and it just wasn't working. I didn't have the force behind it, I didn't have the accuracy behind it, and I certainly didn't have the endurance, so I was like running out of breath, and that's why towards like the last minute is just like, you hear me go into this very slow da 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 da, and that's because I'm catching my breath, and I'm like, no, back into the speed metal. Like, no, can't do this. Da da da, back into speed metal. Like, nah, you just picked one tempo and gone with it. But that was my first attempt at trying to be like the death metal drummers, and not really. I almost there. It was something. It was a work in progress. My first studio gig, basically.
What I like about this particular jam over some of our other jams is that there's very obviously a point where, like, yeah, you're tiring out, and the two of us pick up to fill the gaps that are being left with you now being a little more relaxed drumming, and then all of a sudden there's this, like, the bass line from Mr. Firmnuke is dunk, 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 like totally out of time, out of nowhere. But yet all of a sudden we have started keeping the beat. So there's just this like random off time thunking on the bass line. Like if we had planned that out, it would be a piece of musical genius. But the fact that we just did it in the spot because of the way we talked to each other musically was beautiful.
Yeah. So let's see if I can find that. The dunk, dunk.
It's right near the end. It's great. I love that part of that song. It is. And where is the lighter? You forgot the lighter.
Lighter?
Do you not remember the lighter?
I'm listening for it. I don't hear it. It would have to be
At the beginning of the song, you light a lighter. And at the end of the song, the last thing in the song is you closing the lighter.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
So there's the first note, the ping. You can't hear it very well on this web rip, but if you listen to the actual CD, you actually hear a flick of you trying to light a Zippo lighter. And then the very last thing in the track is the closing of the Zippo lighter. It was just one of those other, like, I'm going to make a lighter a percussion instrument.
So you're saying it's like right at the beginning, like...
Yeah. Like within the first 5 seconds.
Okay, I'll play it just so people can listen. Here it is. Oh, it's very quiet. Very quiet.
On this web rip, it's very quiet.
I'll see if I can find the WAV file. And then at the end, you're saying it's there too. Okay, let's see. So last 10 seconds. Here we go.
It is hard to hear because there's a fade into the live track.
Because that was your brilliant idea, and I said, "Why did you do that?" Yeah. No, there's no the Zippo doesn't close at the end, and at the beginning, it's very hard to hear it. You'd have to know what you're listening for in order to get it. It might be different on the WAV. I only download the MP3s.
Yeah, because I remembered mixing that like crazy, and it's definitely right after that last bit of feedback.
Oh well, lost to the ages. Can't be any other way. And with that, fading in, because people who, back in the day, this was actually a mixing trick that a lot of people use, and was always kind of neat when they faded one track into the next one. And, you know, back in the early 2000s, this was the realm of professionals, because it was very difficult to do. You had to know some technical mumbo jumbo to actually get this to work with track offsetting when you're burning a CD. And what Mr. Baria had done with this mix is that he created this track offset or overlay that would feed into the next song. And what you hear ending, or at the very end of the Pink Napkins MP3, is the beginning of the next song, which is Alkanol. Which we've already listened to once. We listened to part of it, and then the next two songs on this EP are recorded live by it was Jean's MP3 recorder, right? Jean-Louis from
Yes, Jean.
From Faust. Jean.
Yeah.
So he just had this MP3 recorder, which was like, oh my god, or this digital recorder that he set up at the back of the bar, and I'll tell you that actually it's very good sound quality for what it was and how it was set up. And the next two tracks, Alkanol and Mrs. Alexander, are recorded from this live show in January. So it was when it's shit ass cold out in Winnipeg, we made this song. So that's the beginning of, at the end of Pink Napkins, that's what you hear. So with that, let's get into do you have anything to say about Pink Napkins? I mean, 9 minutes long, people can listen to that.
We closed almost every show that I can think of with Pink Napkins, and the one, I mean, it was like my favorite part of the show. I don't know about you guys, but it was always my favorite part of the show. It was
great to let
when
go.
we got. Sorry?
It was great to let go.
Like,
it was the finality to it.
We'd get halfway through that point of Pink Napkins, like right before where there's the change to where it gets to the aggressive part in the end, and I'm just like, it's coming. I used to get so excited that we get to the ending. I do remember one time at Studs. I don't think it was called Studs when we played there.
Can't remember.
But it was one time that we played Pink Napkins, and I remember all I did was turn the knobs way up. And you may not have been with us at that point, Steve. I'm not sure if you were still with us when we played Studs.
Probably not. The one that was in the basement of
Teasers
on McPhillips?
No. Oh no, that one was gross. That one I totally forgot.
I feel like I played
the Stone.
I feel like I played the basement of Teasers. Yeah.
The Stone, right? But I remember the show. Like basically, we got to the end of Pink Napkins, and I tried really hard to push through it, and I just couldn't. So I just took my guitar, turned all my amp settings to full, and walked off. And you guys kept going for a while, and I walked off to the bathroom to go vomit because I had food poisoning.
Oh, jeez.
I remember that one very clearly because I just walked up. I was just like, I can't. Burp, burp, guitar up against the amp, make a whole bunch of whoop, 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 whoop noise, and I just walked off to the bathroom and vomited.
Yeah, and sadly, our show, our live show, wasn't such that we could use bodily projectiles like that. Like War could do it; they could work that into their show very
wasn't
easily.
our theme. Yeah,
Yeah, no, we were very much.
No, it wasn't.
We were keeping
It wasn't
bodily
a part of the
fluids in.
show. Like, it wasn't the part of the show. It was I was ill, and I needed to get that dairy whip out of my stomach.
Oh, but you played the whole show, with the bad stomach. I mean, that's impressive.
That show was not pleasant at all.
That must have
Yeah,
been.
I remember that one.
I don't remember I remember some dodgy basements that we played in, but that one I don't remember. Studs.
Yeah,
I mean,
that
that was a gay bar. That's what it was. It was a gay strip club, I think. And then they had like
That was a male strip club. Male strip club.
Yeah. Sorry, not gay. It was male strip club. You're right.
Well, so a lot of ladies would go to Studs while their husbands were at Teasers. Yeah,
yes,
so.
and so that's where we played all the classy joints in Winnipeg.
Play where you play, man.
Man.
Look at us now. All right, look at us now. Okay, let's move
three
on.
classy dudes.
Alkanol. So we're going back to Alkanol. This is the song that you guys made years prior, and we finally recorded it. We didn't. I guess the story behind why these are on the album, on the EP, was because we didn't feel that 4 tracks was enough, and 4 tracks was all the money. Sorry, Jelly Bean was recorded for free as part of a sound engineer course that was going on at Studio 11. The next 3 tracks took up so much tape room. Like, they each took up like Stuck Pig took up its own tape, Pink Napkins took up a tape, Aconite didn't. And by tape, I mean like the physical tape that the studio was using to record. And I remember telling Steve, why don't you just buy a bunch of tapes and we'll just use them all? And Paul was like, it doesn't matter. The tape ends. Like, there's no more tape. You can't do any more. Like, you could keep on playing, but you can't. You still have to replace the tape in the actual drive, and these are like high quality metallic tapes that they were using to record these things. So we only had the money to do the 3 songs in the studio, but we figured if we were going to release an album or an EP, and the reason why it's an EP, not an album, is because we hadn't really written enough stuff just yet to make a full length 12-track album. And we figured, well, we should record one of our live shows. And so that's what we did. And that's where Alkanol and Mrs. Alexander tracks number 5 and 6 come in on the EP. So with that, Alkanol again, this is one of the more excessive songs because you can really hear the energy, the violence. Not violence, I mean the aggression in the song. So I'll cue that up here and then we'll just get going. It's going. And play that. There it is.
Because I didn't go back and listen to the Jelly Bean single. You may have originally copied the drums for Alcohol, but there is definitely that stutter stop was not in the original Alcohol.
Yes, that was me trying to use the double kick and the baby snare.
Yeah, no, that part, like with all 3 of us doing very that very rhythmic bump, 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 bump. Considering we're such a jammy band, the fact that we could like coordinate like that on a note so tightly, like that was
yeah,
that made that song.
It's got a hardcore punk quality to it, right?
It does.
It's one of my favorite songs, if not my favorite song from this year's album. Collection of songs, and this one has the baby snare. This is when I finally had bought that baby snare, so I had 2 snare drums because 1 snare drum wasn't enough. I got another one, and the story behind my kit, actually, I was trying to copy Lars Ulrich, even though Metallica wasn't really my favorite band at that point. I mean, I still respected what Lars Ulrich was doing, but I was introduced to Metallica when they had slowed down. Like, so Black Album and then Load, those were much slower than what the 80s Metallica versions was, but the kit was still massive. And so with my drum kit, I had basically, by this time, I was playing with 2 kits on stage. One bass drum because it was too heavy. I couldn't fit all the drums into my car at the time. So it was like, well, you're only taking 1 bass drum. But I had a double kick pedal. But then I had like baby snare, big snare, tom drum, and then 2 floor toms, and then like 6 or 7 cymbals. Just an excessive amount of percussion of stuff to hit, and I hit it all.
Did you have the rototoms there too, or was that later?
I always had them. Now, did I keep on bringing them? I can't remember.
I know you did near the end because they were very important to quarantine. But
why were they important to quarantine?
they were part of the drum line in quarantine.
Huh, interesting. I've forgotten that part. I don't know. No, I don't think I brought rototoms. I think it was because it was too much stuff to carry. And as I've aged, I'm like, you know what? I'm not playing that anymore unless I have a drum tech. And I did. Mike Dancero, shout out to Mike Dancero, who was my drum tech for years. And he's finally joined Society. They're still around. And they're playing the Winnipeg scene. But that drum kit was just...
I have a feeling he's going to be one of the people who tweets me.
Well, I hope so. But that whole drum set was just massively, excessively large, and I had to, because I lived in the attic of my parents' house. That was where my room was, and that's where our jam space was. So that drum set had to get torn down, trudged down 3 flights of stairs.
Those tiny little stairs, God. Man.
Yeah, and
the stairs. Okay. So we say, because people don't know this, we say stairs. Stairs is being very generous. They were like a slightly oversized ladder, is what it was.
It's a ladder, yeah. A ladder that you can't hold with your hands.
Yeah, you can't hold with your hands. And they were painted. The house was probably built in the 1920s, 1930s, maybe ish. And I'm pretty sure it was original paint on those steps. So they were slick.
Yeah,
steps.
Thinking about it now, that was a terrible idea for stairs. Should have put some grip down.
We told you that many times.
And what was worse is that I'm not sure. By that time you guys had been coming over, I think the bottom part had been removed because one of the insurance inspectors came over and said that is not safe. If someone's actually living up there, you can't have the stairs blocked by like this part wall that was put up. That was because it was an attic, and what had happened is that my dad actually rebuilt the attic. That was used as a closet before. I remember when I was growing up, that was a closet where all the suits were held. But then when he's like, oh my God, we have 2 more little kids running around, they're going to grow up and they're going to want their own rooms. So he redid the whole attic. And that's what my dad's project was for like a year and a half or something. He rebuilt the whole attic, and that's where I spent most of my teenage years. And that's what allowed me to get a drum set, that's where I put it. And then I slowly kicked up my younger brother because I just kept slowly encroaching upon his part of the room. And then he went off to university anyway. So, so that was where taking all that drums down, the stairs, and then setting it all up, and then taking it back and whatnot, and fitting it into my tiny little car at that time, the Datsun.
I have fond / not so fond memories of coming up stairs, and when you would get, I don't know how many of your listeners know you that well, but could you actually, Steve, could you just turn your head to the left a little bit, a little more, there you go. You guys can see that schnoz coming out of that face. When Steve would get colds, he would be an ever-flowing bucket of snot. And I would remember coming up to his attic, and there was a garbage can next to his bed, which was right where I would stand for practice. And I would have to look down to this little tin garbage can just overflowing with used tissues when he was sick.
That's gross. And you know what? I realize what that might actually be, because now being older and having to living in my own apartment, I get sinus issues. And I go, why am I getting sinus issues? And now I'm thinking back to when I was in the attic. I'm like, wait a minute. I've always had this problem because the attic was filthy fucking dusty. And we had shag carpeting up there. So it was like, I think of it, go, no wonder I was always just blocked up. So now I take steps. I have wood floors now, and I clean everything all the time. So I remember that. Oh, it's just terrible. Why am I always blocked up? Anyway,
Mr. Furmanek, you have a visitor above your left.
Yeah, he wants to jump on the table and knock the phone up and destroy everything. He's the god of death.
All right, so Alkanol. What can we say about this version of Alkanol?
The gentleman who was recording it makes an appearance on this track.
Yes, right there.
Yeah, that's him, right? Yeah.
Yep. That is
This-
Jean
that's
at
Jean.
240.
This song actually, this recording actually makes it sound like we have people at the show.
Yes,
we did for
did
that
have
show.
quite a few people. Yeah.
Oh,
It was like
yeah.
100 people. It was like the most people that ever had come out to watch us.
Oh, sure.
And they were having
Yeah,
a good time.
decent
That's
crowds
because it was the university crowd that we got. This was Wise Guys downtown, but I knew a bunch of people, and I said, "Yeah, come on out." And I think the deal was that for every ticket that was turned in at the door, we got $1, and so we just gave everybody tickets. And even then, like even if it was free, people would still not show up. It's like people like we don't care, it doesn't matter. But the 100 people that did show up that day, I think we made like I don't know $50 or something. Ooh. Ooh.
I don't have much to say about alcohol other than that
I like
thought
the song.
when I wrote it, I thought the title was very clever.
And now, what do you think about the title?
I think it's very clever for a 16-year-old who wrote it. It's a pun. I hate puns. God, I hate puns.
The for those who are listening to the drum track, if you're hearing, I'm actually trying to use a double kick at the same time that I'm using the hi-hat. So that's why there's that which is a ripoff of what Clint was doing on the original track. But I just, because I had a double kick, I'm like, well, if I have a double kick, I have to use a double kick. Which is not how you're supposed to approach most musicality. You're supposed to use what's necessary. But again, it goes back to the size of the drum kit, where it's like, do you need all of this? I'm like, well, yes, I can play it. When you only use it once, do you need it? You could reevaluate whether or not you need to bring it with you, especially if it's a 16 or 18-inch tom drum, where you hit it once and that's it. But this
You're
drum,
so zen now, man.
3-piece. That's it. I use a tuna can. That's it. I'm done. I'm not carrying drums around. But this song was always very excitable, very exciting for me to play, because I love the whole energy from the intro throughout, because it moved, and then also because this song was always put together with a jam. Usually Mrs. Alexander, which is the next song on the track list.
The
Mr.
pre-outro in this one.
Which pre-outro? Because there's John right there. I'll play the...
You're coming up to it about 350. There's and then it goes into the yeah. This recording always bugs me because our first we're out of sync, and then we go into sync right after it, and it always bugs me when I hear this one because I'm like, we were so close, and we just missed it on that one.
Mm-hmm.
The was that bass solo planned, Mr. Furmanuk? At like between 2:30 and 3 minutes, you have a bit of a bass solo. Was that always there?
Let me go back and listen to it again.
Because I think that's where the original tape cuts off. Is at that point.
Yeah, I think I jumped it. I think I jumped the switch.
I would play something similar most of the time, I think, because I did. There usually was a moment where I would. I don't know. I think I had a complete like solo break in there at some point. Usually, didn't I?
Yeah, there's a full-on solo there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that was always there, I think, wasn't it? Yeah,
the bluesy bit in the middle. Yeah, always.
It would often go there. Yeah, like it would be variations on that.
All right, I want to listen to the end of it. So queuing up from about 3:30. So Steve, you're screaming into the microphone as you normally do.
Yeah.
And we're sort of getting into like the end of the slow part, and then about to get into the really aggressive ending. Yeah, there it is. The jigga jigga jigga. I think I'm off on the snare drum. Violence. Pure violence.
There it goes.
And then right there. Okay, so from 4:15. That's my double kick that I've been working on for so long. Oh, it makes me jizz. It's fantastic. And it gets even better for Miss Alexander.
There's a moment coming up here at, I'll tell you the exact time code when it hits.
And then Furman, you could do a bit more of a solo at the end as well for this. Because
so like right around...
Yeah, well, I was kind of the one that ended the jam, right? Like, because I just start playing the intro to...
The seminal bass line of the whole album. Let's put it that way, aside from Jelly Bean.
Around 4:30-ish, just a little after 4:30-ish, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so I do a little like kind of a little bend, and then Steve and I do this little like we both do the same run, like a bit do. I can't, for anybody who's listening and actually cares at this point still, we made this up every single show, but that's how in sync we almost were. Was that like I would do a wee do, and we both knew exactly the next few notes I was going to play, and we just like if you listen to it, it sounds like it's planned. It's not.
No, not at all. We did it a lot of times, we got really in a good groove,
But
especially this one because we knew where we were going. Like I think it's cool the one that because we know we're getting to the E chord, we know we're getting into that that it's going to speed up and it's going to get heavy, right? Like
and then it goes into this riff. Can I play the next riff?
God, I love this riff.
Right there, Mrs. Alexander. This is another one of your songs, there, Mr. Furman.
That's true. I wrote that when I was 14.
Several decades ago.
It was really small, I played it with the band that I was in before this.
You were in another band?
With Mitch DeLotte and Crystal. Sodom and Gomorrah it was called.
Right. I do remember hearing about this.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we used to play that. And Crystal sang it.
Not as well as you do.
No, your vocals are spot on for this type of song.
Spot the fuck on.
Now, if you have a Sodom and Gomorrah recording of that, I mean, that'd be great to hear.
Well, this is the death metal scatting.
I love this opening riff, the high pitch riff of the guitar line.
The way that you put that in there is beautiful.
Like so, it just feels like it's part of the jam, and then just all of a sudden there's the snap of just like, oh wait, shit, we're in a full-fledged song now.
That's well built. I feel like the what do we say, the production or the arrangement of this song is very much based on the choices that you make guitar wise, Steve, like in terms of the way that you're going from the muting, going into, or like starting off with the high notes and then moving into the chugging and then back into the palm muting and stuff. Like you're really like modulating the tone and the balance of it really in a way that I really
song,
really excited.
Right?
Yeah.
Like there's so little to it, right? You have to take
no
what's there and really
play with it,
shake it.
I remember when you guys first played this song for me, and Mr. Furman, I very clearly remember this comment that you made to me, something about, it's just Fat Boy Slim. And so I started playing Fat Boy Slim.
Yes, I remember this. I totally remember that.
That's the whole basis of this drum beat for this song. Like I thought we were playing
Fat Boy Slim.
Fat Boy Slim. That was it. And
I remember that conversation.
Turns out it was a different song.
Wow.
Yep, I remember that song, that moment very clearly. It was a formative moment in my drumming career. And then we get to the breakdown here at 2:30. There's Jean again with his screech. What's the song about there, Mr. Furman? Explain what's this.
Well, when I was 14, I thought you had to write songs about things. So it's about capital punishment.
Right. Gassed up at Auschwitz or fried in God's own sun.
That's it. I thought you should use Nazi metaphors when I was 14. I thought that was the best way to get your point across. I think it was Mrs. Alexander was the lady who taught grade 8 at the school I went to before I went to Ravens Garden. It just fit the rhythm. It just fit like, and I was like, oh, I'll change that name later. And I never did. But
it's your Annie. It's your Wayne.
That's just totally what it is. It's totally what it is. It's like, I don't know, this nothing sounds better than that for what I was trying to do. But yeah, no, I was just just trying to write about something, like about a thing, like write an important song about a thing.
So it's not directed at any one person here. I mean, it's just
No.
a couple. I mean, you do
completely
talk about
imaginary,
several
yeah.
ways of killing this person, but
Yeah.
what's the story of, like, how do you want your son? So who is the son?
She's the mother of somebody who's
Bad little boy.
I was always kind of interested in those people. Like, I think maybe because because my brother was born so much younger than me. Like he was born when I was 11, and like so. I think I was interested in the idea of like a relationship with children, like what it would be like to, what would it be like to have a child that did this or did that. Like those things are kind of interesting to explore and think about. Like some of those characters that you don't really get to see in these stories, like a really sympathetic character, like the mother of somebody who did something terrible. Like that's a really interesting psychological place to be in, right? To have to sort through the feelings that a person like that would have. And I think I was trying to dance with those ideas and also make it political in some way.
Do you think you succeeded with the political statement?
Well, it's definitely in there. I mean, whether or not it gets its point across in an effective way, I think is for someone other than me to judge. But
I kind of wonder. I think the music for this song is so standout-ish that I think you could literally just go.
Well, it's mostly what I'm doing.
Yeah, pretty much. Like your vocals are just another instrument on top of it, and I think it's the music that sort of steals the show in this.
Yeah,
this
it grinds
song,
it through. Yeah.
This part.
The thing that steals the show on this song for me every time, because we played this song so many times, but this particular version is the
Oh yeah. Those got longer and longer and longer.
I don't know if you're actually saying something or if you're just grunting, but in this particular version, it is so glorious. I love it.
No, it's death metal scatting is what it is. It's Tom Waits. It's like Tom Waits and Korn and that kind of stuff. That's what I'm just messing around, making sounds.
And that happens at what? Just after 3 minutes, I think.
Well,
there's one at the beginning and there's one near.
It's pretty much one after every verse, isn't there?
Those two, the one on the first verse and the last verse, they stand out.
312.
Really.
312, I think.
Yeah.
Here. Well, I'll cue it up here. 1 second. Yeah, what do you say? At 313, 314. Like, no idea.
313, 314.
But the vocality works. Which is great because after that, I'll cue us up from 310. And it goes into the most sweet and delicious double kick drum ever.
Agreed.
Oh, God. This part was like, yes, I finally got it. Delicious. And the reason I had to do that snare drum roll was because I was getting tired. I'm like, I can't keep this going. I have to stop double kick. So I'm going to do a snare drum and then go into single hits.
You gotta take care of yourself.
That one's easier to make my body last. But yeah, this is one of the better double kick presentations that I had in my life and as a Winnipeg drummer.
I'm wondering now, because like, I've even listened to some of our other jams, and I'm wondering if now there were some kind of like subtle cues that I could hear, or both of us could hear, when you were getting tired of the double kick. Because because like if you listen to it here, like, yeah, you do that snare hit to do a transition, but there's also a transition in the guitar and bass during that snare roll to kind of shift the tone musically a little bit to compensate for the fact that we're not getting blast beated anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, I
Well,
wonder
we're
if
filling
we-
in space, right?
Yeah,
We're
but,
slowing
like, it's almost
down,
like
we're
we
grooving,
knew,
yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah.
because we knew each other's
Yeah.
language at that point.
Oh, yeah.
The I can't remember, but this wasn't the end of the show, was it?
Mhm.
That
Was it?
one
I
was
think
the end of the
so.
show. Because then, like, what I'm trying to think of the
No,
set
because
list
we
that
would have
we
ended
would've
with
had.
pink napkins.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah. So then, what would have the set
We-
list been in general?
I think we usually followed Mrs. Alexander with either Jelly Bean or Aconite.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Good
we would do
question.
the double punch of Alkanol and Mrs. Alexander. So yeah, then we'd usually probably go into Aconite, I think,
Mm-hmm.
to bring it back down.
Oh, I have to deliver. But then, okay, so then what would it be? What would the we go from? So Jellybean would be after Mrs. Alexander.
Depends on how we did the set that particular night.
You should usually do it second last, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah, we'd usually do Jelly Bean, Pink Napkins.
Yeah, that's usually how it would go.
Yeah.
Alkanol and Mrs. Alexander. How many songs did we have back then? How many in total?
I mean, we did 45-minute sets with like 6 songs, so it was tough to say.
Wow,
Like-
there were other ones, though, right? There was that metronome song.
Metronome, yeah.
There was...
Why didn't we
I
record
had a couple
that?
other ones you played sometimes.
We tried.
That was a good song.
God, I don't even remember Metronome now.
Now that you mention it, yeah, that what has been erased from my memory. I'm sure we have it on on tape somewhere, and I'm sure there was a discussion as to why it was or was not included on the album.
Well,
I don't think we had
yeah.
a good recording of it.
Yeah.
I don't
must
think we
not
had a
have been.
recording that I was happy with.
Well, we used to
Metronome was
play
another
double
one that
sets,
you
though, right?
guys
Like,
actually you had recorded, and I heard a tape of it, and I was like, okay, I got to play it that way.
that was like on
Um,
a cassette that we recorded by pressing play record, right? Like it was one
Yeah.
of those really
Like, Steve, you weren't around for quarantine. Are you sure you weren't around for quarantine?
maybe like when it was getting developed and put together, but I don't think I ever played it.
No, you never played it because that was insanity drumming. I remember that, which I have
And what
only
about-
recently
what about-
been able to replicate on the iPad. It's tough.
What about Coat Hanger? I think you were
Yeah,
around for
a little
Coat
bit.
Hanger.
I think
Yeah.
so.
And then Make Me Happy. God, I wish that I would love. That is my quintessential. Like, that's the song. If I have to go to the grave with never writing another song, Make Me Happy is the one that I'm happiest with.
And that was towards the end already of
Yeah, it was.
the
That was
Sears
the one that I had to
Tears
write the
story.
fucking bass line for Mike.
Wow.
Coat
Coat Hanger. Furmanuk, you were around for
Yeah.
Coat Hanger.
Hanger.
Yeah.
I insisted we'd start the show with Coat Hanger because it was a way to crack my vocals as the first song in the set.
Right. And that one's all about abortion. The old school
is.
way. The old style.
And then there was Coat Hanger got replaced by Ghost Like Me, Just Like Me.
Just like me. Yeah.
Ghost just like me. Yeah, because that was the other one that was stressed my voice early enough that I could get me ready for the rest of the set. Which is a trick. A trick I learned from Dave Grohl, actually.
To
He would
what?
always start his set with a song where he had to really push his vocals so that the rest of the set would be much easier for his vocals. He wouldn't have to worry for his vocals to warm up because he's already pushed them right off the beginning of the set.
I wish I had a bit more direction in the pacing of my physicality throughout my throughout the shows, but it's not something I ever paid attention to. I was always like, I got drums, I got sticks, I'm going to play, and I'm going to drink some beers. That was my
wiped at
approach.
the end of every show.
Was
I
that?
was wiped at the end of every show. I was wiped.
Yes,
yeah.
but I mean, you scheduled the songs in an order that helped your voice, right? Like it was a logistical scheduling. Whereas
just
like the
first
drums
one.
was just like, all right, I mean, just gonna go, just gonna do it.
Actually, come to think of it, now that I think about it, Just Like Me was a really nasty song to make you start off with every set. The drums for Just Like Me, or for not just like just like me. The drums for that were very hard.
I can't remember. Just Like Me.
I've had a couple of other drummers try to do it, and no one's been able to replicate it.
Of course not, because it's me.
Yeah, I just wish we had it recorded somewhere, but I don't think we do.
There is a recording. I know there is, but I didn't pop that up on the Bandcamp. So people who are listening, if you've made it this far and you're not aware just yet, we are on Bandcamp at ciarastears.bandcamp.com. I will post that on the website so you guys can take a look at it. ciarastears.bandcamp.com. Yeah, and I'll post that link there as well. And also on my website as well. What's that, Mr. Baria?
Can I do a cheap pop as well?
Sure, go ahead.
If anybody who's still listening at this point, thank you. You can find me at fuzzysteve@bandcamp.com. My newer stuff there.
Right on, but they can also get in touch with you over Twitter as well at Fuzzy Steve.
Yeah, reach out to me.
Three Zs, three Zs.
Three Zs.
Mr. Furmanuk, you do not want anyone getting in touch with you.
They can get in touch with me, but they just have to find me.
Yes, they have to find you, especially not angry people who are going to try to cause trouble in his life.
I don't want any trouble. I don't want no trouble.
But if they did want to get in touch with you, do you have you're not on Twitter, you're barely on Facebook. How do they get in touch with you?
They can find me. Okay. They can come to Kitchener, and I'm around. Sometimes I go out and have a bite to eat.
There you go. That's the old school style of finding someone, right? I show your commitment.
Yeah,
you got to make the trip to the Mecca, the Steve Furmanuk's Mecca.
That's right. Come on down. There's a bottle shop that you might be able to find me at.
There you go. And of course, I Steve Sersky, am on Twitter at Steven Sersky, and then also my own website as well. All right, so today we have gone through quite a bit. We've gone through 2 albums in their totality: the Jelly Bean single. And then the Life After EP. For those who are on the Bandcamp website, you'll see that there are 2 more albums that are listed, which are released later after Mr. Furmanuk left the band for greener pastures, for other pastures. And I'm just looking at the track listing. There's 6 on one and then 4 on the other. Both recorded in 2003 that have some of the later work with the newer bass player Mike, but some of them so some of them are newer songs that you won't hear on the old stuff. But I think the stuff that we talked about today really did span 10-15 years within your guys' musicality and with our own sort of development as a band over that time, and I think we really did talk a lot about both what these songs are, and I think the people who are going to listen to them in totality, if they haven't heard them enough throughout this whole podcast, I mean, go ahead, download them, listen to them in their totality. Let us know what you think. I think it's good to have a listen, and I'm surprised I haven't seen more people doing the exact same thing that we're doing, is sitting down listening to the albums that they made 20 years ago. Maybe because they don't need things to do on Saturday mornings or Friday nights, right? They have jobs that pay them money for these things or whatever. But it is what it is. So, Mr. Baria, you owe us a recording, a link, payable immediately. This should be popped up by September 12th, Canada time. I'm not sure, given that it's a bit lengthy. I don't know. Do you think it should be 2 parts, or one is good enough? I mean, I like the idea of just having the whole thing. But the only problem is that it's going to be a massive file. It's going to be like 200 megs to download.
I think there's a very good natural breaking point if you want to do it that way, where we had our kind of chit chat that we did off the top, and then we went into the album stuff. I think there's a very good breaking point.
That's true, actually. Yeah.
We'll see how big the file is. I mean, it's a decent length, which is good. I mean, you don't have to listen to those all in one go. It's something which is what I like. I don't know about any of the podcasts that you guys listen to, but actually, I'll be honest. Even with no agenda, I don't listen to the whole thing. I find it very difficult to listen to the whole thing.
Neither do
I skip out the
sponsorship,
but I skip out the sponsorship on no agenda. But yeah, the longer ones you can skip, and that's why I create the transcript. Or the bullet points throughout on the website, so people can sort of figure out where they want to skip ahead and stuff like that. I think it just makes it easier. So That's that.
I do want to say I think that this is the first time the three of us have been in a room in much longer than it should have been.
Yeah.
It was very good, very good
Yeah.
to just get to hang out with two of you again.
Absolutely.
I miss you both
Absolutely. Thank
very
you.
much
Yeah.
every day.
Furman, I don't think I've seen you in person in 5-6 years at least. I think we might have bumped into each other in Winnipeg at one
In
point.
Winnipeg?
Yeah.
Did we? Like, I mean, when's the last time you were back?
That
Like,
was
for any length of time?
2017, but before that would have been 2013, 2014.
Okay.
I
Yeah, I
can't
wasn't
remember.
back much. Yeah, it's been a long time, like a
Yeah.
really long time. Yeah, could easily be over 10 years.
You have the same beard.
I just got rid of it, and I grew it out long during the
show.
quarantine, and then I shaved it up, and then it just came back to normal, just like last week.
I'm actually just
Send me some
realizing
pictures.
now that I have inadvertently modeled my beard after yours somehow.
I think it's the shape of the male.
Don't mess with the best.
Yeah, there you go. I think it's,
No, because we've both got the trim down to the chin strap
Oh
there.
yeah, I don't do that.
Yeah, underneath.
I
yeah.
don't
Yeah, all
doctor my
underneath
hair.
there. Yeah. No.
Not at all. But I mean, in terms of the major change, in terms of aging, I didn't have a beard 20 years ago. I wasn't able to grow
That's
a beard.
true.
But
You were
Mr. Furman,
trying.
you had a beard all the time, and then Baria, you had a massive foot sticking out of your chin back in your goatee
Yeah.
that you had to shave or trim before certain shows because it got in the microphone at times, from what I remember.
Do you I'll if I can find it before this posts. I
You
don't
got
know if I
12
can,
hours.
But there's that photo. Yeah, I need to sleep. I'm remember we did a Halloween show at the zoo and I had that half skull mask?
Oh yes.
Remember
Yeah, that photo is somewhere. I remember that photo. Yeah,
I know it's around somewhere.
Steve's a vampire too in that one, isn't he? Like,
yes, that's exactly the photo. I know it's around somewhere. I got an influx of photos with my parents recently. But the mask had these teeth on it at the bottom, like little skull teeth, and they all hooked under. So while we were playing that show, my sweat pooled into those little teeth at the bottom of the thing. And then while we were playing Mrs. Alexander, because I don't have to go up to the microphone during Mrs. Alexander, I threw my head back like this and felt all of that half-hour stale sweat go right back up over top of my face.
Oh, that's very unpleasant.
Yeah. Yeah. So the things we do for our art.
Yeah.
Right. Well, you got to suffer for your art. I mean, isn't that the common saying? Oh, that's gross. That's terrible. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. And imagine how Slipknot does it. I mean, they play full shows with it.
I know. I'm sure they've learned ways to mitigate that because I'm sure it's happened to them too.
Yeah. All right. Well, with that, we will wrap it up. That's been a solid, good couple hours conversation. I appreciate you guys taking the time to join me today. And I know,
was
Mr.
awesome.
Furman,
Thank you.
it's getting late over in your area.
It's pretty deep in, yeah.
Yeah. And Mr. Barry as well. You're getting late, pushing past midnight over in your area. Me, I'm going to go for a run again, I guess. Why not? It's only half day here.
Why not? Do 7,000 push-ups and
That's an idea. May as well.
Yeah,
I'll
there you
put
go.
all the links on the show notes, and people can get in touch through Twitter and my website and whatnot if they want any more information. And of course, Bandcamp. They can download all of the stuff. CiairasTears.bandcamp.com. I'll have to spell that out on the show notes because no one's going to spell it correctly. Thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a great night, and we will talk again sometime
let's
in
do
the
this
future.
soon.
I mean, we've gone through the stuff that we made. And who knows, Mr. Furmanuk, if you want to come back on and talk about your theater stuff, your theater work as well.
Anytime, absolutely.
I would love to do an hour about what was the play called again? Sorry.
Oh, Sound Your Eyes Closing.
I would love to do that.
Do you have a
I can talk
recording
about
of
that for sure. Somewhere in the world there is one, yeah.
Well, we can dig
On
it out.
some hard drive
It wouldn't do it justice.
somewhere.
It would not do it justice, though.
Yeah, it was just for archival. Yeah, it wasn't particularly well professionally done.
I think a lot of stuff that
we
was
can certainly
recorded
talk
back then
about
was
that.
archival. Yeah. All right. Well,
Yeah.
we'll leave that for another episode. Why not? All your thespians that are in training right now, they can come back and have another listen. Right on. Okay, we'll end it there.
yeah.
Thank you very much, guys. We'll talk again. Okay. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Good night. Love you all.
Good night. Love you too.
Love you too. And that is the end of episode number 16 of the Stephen Sersky podcast. Thank you very much for joining me today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I know it's a very long one, but I think it was good to sit down. Great to sit down with Steve and Steve and go through some of our old work, all of our old stuff. And you can, again, listen to that both online. You can stream it on Bandcamp, or you can download it. You can donate if you want. Not necessary, but we, of course, appreciate anything that you have to give. And for all those artists out there, I hope this really did serve as a bit of a inspiration for you. I know that we were joking around with Steve Baria there and publishing something. I think it is very important to make sure that you are able to do that. Stop overthinking. Stop thinking about it. Press play, press publish, just get it out there. It's better if it's out there so you can move on to the next thing rather than always thinking, what if? Oh, I need one more piece of technology. You don't need any more technology. You need to work with what you're given, and sometimes that means just recording a rough edge sort of track or piece of whatever it is, and then publish it so other people can have a listen. And it's not even just so much for other people to have a listen or to critique, it's to get it out of your system. Because if you don't publish it, it's going to sit there, you're going to dwell on it, and it's not doing anyone any good, least of all you. All right, so thank you very much for joining me. I hope you enjoyed it. We'll talk again. Bye-bye.